Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside, day 4 of this county championship, Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Yorkshire. We're set to start on time. The floodlights are on already. It's just before 11 o'clock in the morning. And as you'll see on your screens, both sets of teams are just making their way out to the edge of the boundary. They are going to pay their respects to Jeff Evans, former first-class umpire, who sadly passed away very recently, a very popular man amongst the cricket community. So there will be a minute's silence in honour of Jeff. Well, the thoughts and best wishes of everyone here at Durham County Cricket Club are with Jeff's family and his friends. A very difficult time for them. I was just having a look at a rarity amongst first-class umpires, Jeff, because he didn't actually play first-class cricket, but he was a very popular figure, officiated in more than 250 first-class matches, 400 white ball matches, also in 5 women's internationals. I was just having a look, and I think I was at his last game, retired age 65 in that COVID hit season in the Bob Willis Trophy, Somerset versus Gloucestershire. So he will be sorely missed by everyone in the cricket community. And a nice tribute to honour his memory there as the players now make their way on to the playing field. Durham fielding, Yorkshire batting. And the game situation is this. Yorkshire currently lead by 12 runs. They are in their second innings. Durham have only batted once so far. Yorkshire are 132 for 4. A couple of big wickets late last night for Durham. David Milan and Adam Lai falling. So Johnny Bairstow's there, 2 not out. George Hill is 13 not out. Durham Aseem down. Paul Coughlin picking up an injury in the first innings of the game. But Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Brendan Doggett and the spinner Colin Ackerman doing their best to bowl Yorkshire out. Sam Dalling alongside Rob Rush here. Now, in theory, Rob, we've got a whole day for Durham to force a result, but we feel that having had a look at the various radars, we might well get hit by some rain. So Durham are going to have to get a hurry on here.
Speaking to the ground staff before start of play, it looks like there will be very little play from the afternoon onwards. Floodlights are on to start the day. Yorkshire, as they have done throughout the game, just raising some questions about the light, but the umpires very quickly dismissed them. Very high meter reading without the floodlights, and any qualms or queries were very quickly turned away by the umpires. So we are going to start on time, and it'll be Matthew Potts from the Finkel end.
Immediate signal for Bairstow. Just drops it into the leg side. Picks up 1. Moves himself on to 3. Morning to everyone on the live stream. Durham fans, Yorkshire fans, neutrals. Durham very much being on top of this game. Yorkshire battling away, trying to avoid defeat. Bonus points wise, Durham picked up 7. Yorkshire picked up 5. Durham needs 6 wickets. As quickly as possible, really, with that rain in the sky. The deep square leg, who comes into play there. that young James Minto as a subfielder? Is he a left-hander?
He is one of 2 subfielders on right now for Durham. Yeah, Minto out there with no name or number on the back of his shirt. Obviously, just on as a sub today. And
Is that William?
it's Will Gidman who's at mid-on wearing Paul Coughlin's shirt. Overshirt, I think. As we mentioned, Durham very short on numbers. I think, Sam, we can very safely say now Paul Coughlin will not bowl in this second innings. And Brendan Doggett does not look like he's on the field at this current moment. Went off yesterday speaking to Dan Hogg just before play. He's got some heavy strapping on his left ankle, just that landing foot. For Doggett didn't take part in the football game this morning, and he's not on the field to start.
Misfield by the skipper. Lees has let that one through his legs. Slightly sloppy. He'll be annoyed at himself. Matthew Potts will definitely be annoyed at him. Maybe it just took a little bounce in front of him. First boundary of the day. A bonus boundary, really, for Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, so if Doggett is off the field, I think he'd come back on yesterday and served his time, so he could have bowled last night if needed. But he's not on the field to start today, and when it rains, it pours. Durham have a lot of injuries at the minute. Resources being stretched thin.
Yes, and well, today is the main source of focus. There is, as is the hectic schedule this season. The game again on Friday. Are you going to volunteer to be involved in that, Rob Rush? Might there be are they that desperate yet? You brought your whites today?
If Ryan Campbell was to ask me, I would obviously try and do my best, but I think I'm a long, long way down on that list. The one thing it will represent, though, is that it will give a chance to...
Opens the face there, Bairstow. Nice shot. Knows there's not a fielder down at third, so picks up his second boundary of the over 10 off the first over of day 4 here under gloomy skies, grey skies, under Banks Homes Riverside. Yorkshire extend that lead to 22. 142 for 4. There's the Rob Rush drinks cabinet down to 1 this morning, Rob.
Just a cup of tea, mate. Just a cup of tea.
Lovely.
Just working our way through. Yeah. The one thing it will represent, though, for Durham is that, yes, a lot of first-team players are injured, but Ryan Campbell has also always said that he's going to give youth a chance, and sometimes there is no better chance when you are forced to play. So Dan Hogg caught up with him, just before play. So going to be Ben Rain to start from the Lumley end as usual. Dan Hogg reckons he's a couple weeks away from returning from his ankle injury. Yeah, I thought it was elbow as well, but I cleared it with him.
He would know, I guess, better than you.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify. Let's be proper in our jobs.
Where are you hurting?
Played nicely off the back foot for a single.
So there's a lot on Rain and Potts here.
And Alex Lees did not choose to employ Will Rhodes last night. He will have no option.
Who's
today.
that just sharing a hug? Alex Lees.
That will be an apology for that misfield, I reckon.
Yes.
Matthew Potts in there at mid-wicket. Yeah, Dan Hogg reckons a couple weeks away. All about kind of that load-bearing
It's tough
process.
fast bowling, isn't it? There's a lot of load that goes through the body.
Yeah, a lot. So that's what he's focusing on. Now he reckons he's a couple of weeks away, just going through the necessary steps, ticking all the boxes with Susan Dale and Sam Clark. But promising that it's not, he feared at the moment, he feared it was an Achilles injury, which obviously would have been a lot worse, or a serious Achilles injury. But he reckons a couple of weeks, which would put him sort of in that time frame around Somerset, back here, not Somerset. Back here, Durham will go away now to Worcestershire and Hampshire back-to-back. Will more than likely include an appearance in the seconds as well, as he looks to build up his workload. But At this point, Ryan Campbell will be thrilled to have him back a lot quicker than maybe a few were anticipating. Bairstow will jog through for a single.
Right, Rob.
Yep.
I'm calling it. We're switching. We're switching angles up here. We're going to focus on the positives. We've done what Durham haven't got and what they might not have. We're going to focus on what they have and what they need for the rest of the day. How about that for a deal? Let's shake hands on it. They need 6 wickets. They've got Ben Rain. They've got Matthew Potts. Rhodes, Ackerman, maybe Brendan Doggett.
Ooh. Saw that a couple of times from George Hill yesterday, just not quite picking the length of Ben Rain's short pitch bowling. Will Gidman spoke yesterday and mentioned he had a lot of praise for Ben Rain kind of thinking outside the box in terms of stepping outside of his comfort zone, going to bowling that he's not really accustomed to, not that, maybe not his best skills, but he also provided the wicket of Adam Lyth yesterday, much to the delight of his captain.
Well, you don't have to have express pace to bowl the short ball. It's about accuracy, isn't it? It's about where you're pitching it. If it's there's that element of surprise as well. The batter's not expecting it, and they're just hanging on that front foot. Then actually, a well-directed short ball can cause a bit of mayhem. So what have we got here? A couple of mid-wickets, really. There's Alex Lee's at mid-on, and Matthew Potts is almost standing in front of him at a kind of catching mid-on.
Just 2 singles from Ben Rain's first over.
We'll keep an eye on the cricket around the country as well, what is being played. Looks like they've started at a few grounds. There's rain at Edgbaston. No surprises there. They've had a lot of rain down there in the last couple of days. They're playing down at Southampton. Somerset looking to save that game. They're playing at Hove. Feels like that's going to be a draw.
I'm really intrigued by this Essex-Worcestershire game.
They're 7 down now, Worcestershire, 186 for 7. Here's Matthew Potts. Bairstow opening the face up. This is good cricket from Johnny Bairstow because he knows that shot is easy for him, right? And he knows there's no fielder down there, and it's 4 more runs. And Durham do have to think, now that Yorkshire are in the lead, there's this balance to be had. Yes, they need to take the 6 wickets, but also they can't allow Yorkshire to get too many ahead, particularly with rain around. Yorkshire will know that there's rain around. You can't guarantee it, you can't bank on that, but they'll know that, and forgive me for bringing up the negatives again, they'll know the strain on Durham's pace attack. They'll know that if they can see off... Like Potts and Rain can't bowl all day. They'd love to, and they probably would if asked.
Will Rhodes has gone to plug that gap down at third.
I'm sure we'll see a bit of Will Rhodes with ball in hand today. Has that knack of picking up a wicket, partnership breaking. What Durham can't do really is allow these two to get a partnership. Bairstow's moved on to 16. Can they get him early? 31 now, the partnership, off 60 balls.
Yeah, Colin Ackerman bowled well as well.
Yes.
Last night. As well. Really tied down an end for Alex Lees.
And there's Will Gidman in action. It's great to see Will Gidman out on the field. He'll have been enthusiastic, do you reckon, about a stint in the field? Got to keep the standards up as well. We've got to practice what he preaches.
Yeah, exactly.
Does he still play a little bit of twos occasionally, Will Gidman?
When required.
Which he might well be in the next couple
When required,
of
I believe Cole Pearce is down with the twos right now, and it looks like he's going to have to maybe keep wicket for them. Robbie Bowman not able to get down there till this evening. I think they're playing at Lady Bay.
Yeah, just over the road from Trent Bridge, isn't it? It's a great spot, Nottinghamshire, for sports fans. You love it in West Bridgeford. You've got Trent Bridge, Nottingham Forest, Lady Bay, which is the twos.
Notts County.
There's the rugby club as well there, and then you just go over the bridge for Notts County. That is a sports lovers' haven.
So my first commentary was at Trent Bridge.
Ah, was it? For
Notts Durham T20 back in 2022.
Wow. BBC?
Indeed. Fortunately, wasn't a good result for Durham.
Taxpayer paying for Rob Rush to commentate, eh? Driven. Oh, that's a beauty. Just evades the outside edge, but they won't mind that too much. Hill not quite getting his feet going. Eyes lit up.
Yeah, got delayed starts in Division 2 as well. Lancashire, I think mercifully for them, have got some rain. They had a very torrid day 3 yesterday. Leicestershire piling on the runs and picking up 3 wickets before close of play.
Rayan Ahmed making a push to be a test opener.
They are underway at Lords. Glamorgan trying to save the game today, 186 for 6. Still trailing by 85. Middlesex will be confident they can force a result, though.
Lost a wicket already. That's what Durham need, early wickets. Matthew Potts looking for them. Where did that go? Toby Rowland-Jones has taken a big wicket as well. Kieran Carlson's gone down at Lords.
That's a big one. Gloucestershire trying to push for a result today down at Kent. They resume their innings. They lead currently by 205. They'll be hoping the rain can stay away and set up some sort of declaration. For there in Derbyshire and Northamptonshire are not starting on time due to rain.
We have been lucky. With the rain, we've lost a fair bit of this game to the light. End of the over. 62 gone, so 18 until that second new ball is available. 149 for 4.
Yeah, Bairstow remarking his guard there. Second time in many overs. He's watchful of Ben Rain. Ooh, that one keeps low. Bairstow up to a task. See, Colin Ackerman is the only slip next to Ollie Robinson. Got mid-off, cover, backward point. And also a gully there for Graham Clark. Deep point on the boundary is, I believe, James Minto. Bairstow goes for the drop and run.
Yeah, it's good from Bairstow, that. Just to the left-hander McKinney.
Apologies, it's Will Rhodes out there at deep point. James Minto is at long leg. Emilio Gay at mid-wicket.
Apology accepted.
Cheers, mate. I would have been devastated if you hadn't accepted my apology.
No, I'm generous like that, Rob Rush.
150 up for Yorkshire. Matthew Potts, as you mentioned, Sam, in that last over, he's almost standing directly in front of Alex Lees, catching mid-on. Emilio Gay's at mid-wicket and Alex Lees is at a regular mid-on. It's a long batting line-up for Yorkshire as well. They really back down to sort of 8 and 9.
Yes, it's not going to be an easy task, this. They're a good side, Yorkshire, for a newly promoted team. Good side anyway. They've got that balance, haven't they, between experience and youth. Bairstow, Live, Milan, all international cricketers. People like Wharton, Bean, Hill, or Don Bess as well. I've missed out of that, but some very good youngsters. Plenty of all-rounders as well on the side.
Shot. Nicely played by George Hill. Got his eye in, pulled it into the surface, beats the dive of Matthew Potts, and then it's too far wide for Alex Lees to give a worthwhile chase.
I like this approach from Yorkshire, just pushing the scoring forward. They're not just going to sit there and try and survive. They're also going to try and build that lead.
I think that's maybe what we saw with Adam Lyth and Darren Milan yesterday. Ben Rain finishes with a bounce. I think that's maybe what we saw with those 2 wickets yesterday. The fact they weren't really looking to score at any real rate. Maybe just a little bit of tiredness. That pressure had built. They were kind of allowing Colin Ackerman to tie down one end. He was not going for many runs, was bowling a few maidens, able to allow Alex Lees to rotate from the other end if he wanted to. And then Alex Lees decided, we'll bring back the big guns for one last spell before the end of the day, and was rewarded. Ben Rain broke it open. picking up Adam Live, and then Matthew Potts brought back for his, I think, third spell of the day, picked up Darren Milan, inside edge onto stumps.
Here is Potts. To Bairstow opens the face. Graham Clark does the fielding at backward point. Will Gidman there, ready to back up if needed. Alex Lee's ball in hand. Pushing for Durham's first win of the season. Came close last week.
Didn't deserve to lose last week.
No, it was a thrilling game last week. It really was. As close as it gets, really. Potts is in. Young James Minto will do the fielding at deep square leg, so just a single. A few in. Hardy souls at the Banks Homes Riverside on this Easter Monday. It came out glorious yesterday, wasn't it? Blue sky, best day of the game.
Oh, after lunch it was supreme. Supreme weather conditions.
Supreme, like a chicken.
Just not a cloud in the sky. Perfect cricketing weather.
Oh, beauty. Left it alone there, I think, Hill. Johnny Bairstow just goes down for a chat.
I'm not going to lie, Sam, when you said we're going to change angles, I thought you were meaning we're going to change ends as well.
We can do that if you like, if you fancy a different end.
Nah, I think tried and tested. Stick with what we know.
You have your preferred end. You and Ben Rain, peas in a pod.
Ooh.
Bit of shape back in towards the right-hander. That'll just make George Hill think a little bit more about the next one. It's good from Potts. You can hear the effort he puts into it. It's good from Potts. Feel he's going to be key, him and Ben Rain. Today, if Durham had to be able to push for this victory, they'll want it. They'll desperately want it. Do get in touch if you're on the live stream. We'll keep an eye on the comments throughout the course of the day. You can also email us, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. A few of you probably wrapped up, keeping away from the rain on this Easter Monday. Well, Rob Rush and I will be here to keep you company for as long as there is cricket here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Some of you may not see that as a positive, fair enough. End of the over. 64 gone. Yorkshire 155 for 4. Bairstow and Hill both have 19. Ben Rain, unsurprisingly, going to continue from the Lumley end. Just one slip. Ackerman in conversation with Ollie Robinson. All the players and the umpires wearing black armbands today. If you're tuning in slightly late, that's in memory of Jeff Evans, who passed away recently, former first-class umpire.
Yeah, just under 16 overs now till that second new ball becomes available. It will be these two to take it. Be interesting to see how Alex Lees juggles these two. Obviously got through a lot of work already, not only this week but last week as well. Ooh. I think, based on the reactions, that's a chance. Johnny Bairstow trying to pull that one ferociously into the leg side. Did not make convincing contact, and Ollie Robinson spilled it. I didn't hear anything, but based on reaction of Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Alex Lees, I think they were convinced that something was on it. What's your take, Sam?
I couldn't tell from the replay. The strange one. Definitely moved around. Almost 2,500 with you this morning. Good to have your company. Not as good as it is having your company, Rob Rush. I missed you yesterday, actually.
I miss you too, mate.
I did. So I was wandering around Beamish with the family.
Enjoyable day?
Yeah, lovely.
Good line from Rain. Very rarely loses his radar.
Ooh.
Still something there.
Definitely nibbled around that. Almost too much. But promising signs for Ben Rain. Bairstow's a huge wicket. It's an obvious thing to say, isn't it? Sometimes you do have to point out the obvious. What a player he's been over his career, Johnny Bairstow. Yorkshire captain this year as well. That'll bring him a lot of pride. He'll battle.
Played out past the sprawling McKinney. Just that single from the over. 156 for 4. Lead for Yorkshire now up to 36. Umpires just getting together.
Yeah, I suppose light is going to be an issue too, isn't it? Which is slightly mad on a 11:30 on Easter Monday, but we did have floodlights on from midday on day one, was it? Yeah, it was.
On Friday, yeah, from pretty much from midday until they were taken off. Then, safe to say, some questions over day two players being taken off before tea, and then very quickly into the evening session as well. Don't think all were convinced by those decisions.
It's very politically neutral of you there, Rob.
I have it in the locker on occasion.
It was odd. But I've stopped trying to second guess what is or isn't going to happen in cricket. Lees attacks that one. No runs. Potts throws his head up to the sky. Just need a breakthrough here. Just need that little bit of adrenaline, a bit of a boost. Energy levels will go up. Not saying there's anything wrong with the energy levels, but a wicket will just bring a bit of chatter. A bit more belief. 6 wickets to take. 65 overs in theory left. 96 overs on the last day, a minimum of.
Ooh.
Bairstow pushing that to Will Rhodes, so we may well see the ball at some point soon.
Again, you mentioned stating the obvious, but Durham are making Yorkshire play a lot of these deliveries, which, yes, sounds obvious, but it's just the last thing you want as a fielding side if, you've got a bit of an uphill battle ahead of you. The last thing you want is just to see the batters just not even exert themselves. Just watch the ball kind of amble past the off stump. You want to make them play want to make them be in the contest just as much as you are, and we've already seen a couple times that there is some lateral movement there. Both of these frontline teamers able to extract something from this pitch.
Paul down leg side. Oh, just got, I think, probably a glove on that. Ollie Robinson put the dive in. He's been given his runs. He couldn't really get anywhere near it, Robinson, but 4 more bonus runs, really, for Johnny Bairstow.
Razzie Potts is having a look at that spot that saw some work to it yesterday. Will Rhodes and Alex Lees will now go and inspect as well.
Bit of encouragement for Potts. Just needs to find that one ball. End of the over. 66 gone. 160 for 4. The lead now for Yorkshire is 40 runs. Smile for the camera, Bobby Rush. It's okay, you can look at it. Go on. Wave at the people at home. Say hi. Too much of a pro, aren't you? Can't be taken out of his zone.
I like that. We'll revolve with that. In the zone.
In the zone.
Committed to the cause.
You're always committed to the course, Bobby. Gone through the repertoire of Roberts, haven't I? I've gone Robert, Rob, Bob, Bobby. You have a preference?
Rob.
No, I'm going to ignore that preference.
I thought you might. Sisters used to call me Bob and Bobby a lot when I was growing up.
It's a very American name, that, isn't it? Bob Rash. Could be. It sounds like the name of an owner of an NFL franchise or a
I'd
NBA
love to
team.
have that much money, mate.
Yes, wouldn't we all?
Although sometimes I think that's almost too much money to have. What would you do with it?
Buy an NFL team. Just in the air, wasn't it? For a fraction. Not for long. Not for long enough from a Durham perspective.
Very sensibly stays at his end. George Hill. Worcestershire have lost an 8th.
That's a shame, that.
So that battle just keeps getting harder. Still need a further 103 to win.
And they lost Matthew Waite early doors as well, which I think probably almost ended that.
It's been a very good game. Low scoring game on first innings. Paul Walter able to score a century.
It's all Paul.
Second innings, I think Noah Thane went to a maiden 50 as well. Able to set Worcestershire a target of just under 300, 295 they require. And was very evenly poised end of yesterday, but you kind of always fancied Essex to be a little bit happier, the two sides only needing to take 4 wickets.
Yeah.
And they've already got half of them. George Hill sends Johnny Bairstow back.
He was keen there, Bairstow, wasn't he, for the single? Good call from George Hill.
Still no play at Lancs and still no play at Derby. No play at Birmingham either. Those games were I mean, I guess the Warwickshire one, not from a Notts perspective, they would have fancied themselves if they could have got on. Playing a miss. Still that movement away almost just past the stumps from Ben Rain. It's a maiden from him, his 7th of this innings. 23 overs bowled for him. He's got through a lot of work so far. So is Matthew Potts, who's going to continue from the Finkel. And yeah, Notts, I guess, would have fancied themselves. Warwickshire still trailing by over 100. Only 4 wickets to play with.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They'll be desperate to get on.
Surrey trying to apply some scoreboard pressure to Sussex, 419 for Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope doing the brunt of the damage yesterday, both scoring hundreds.
Put away by Johnny Bairstow. Matthew Potts dropping short. Bairstow pretty emphatically pulling that one through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4. Looking in good touch, Johnny Bairstow. 28 he's got from 53 balls. Just over half an hour gone on this final morning of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Yorkshire. Bit of a derby. So as local a derby as you get, really.
Yeah, I guess
for these two sides.
it's the closest thing you get up this way.
Driven. Graham Clark. It was up in the air for a little bit, I think, and it wasn't a drop catch. He picked up one, Bairstow.
I think Bairstow played into the ground.
Yeah. Good from Matthew Potts. George Hill, 19 from 49 balls. Durham in need of a breakthrough now. Pretty soon.
If you were Alex Lees,
if I were him, I'd be pretty pleased with my 172 in the first innings. But go on.
How much longer would you keep Potts and Rain on for, knowing that you are going to take the second new ball and they're going to be your bowlers you want to bowl with it? So you are pretty limited. Doggett has not come onto the pitch.
Yeah, so it's basically you're going to have to go to Ackerman and Rhodes next, right? So you maybe want them to bowl 4, 5 overs each. The problem is he needs these wickets early. So I'd maybe give these two until over 70, over 72. And say, look, guy, I can only really give you 3 or 4 overs off each. Then I need to have another go with that second new ball. And they won't mind that. They'll be prepared for that. They'll probably know that this is the chance they've got to push, assuming the weather forecast is right. It could be completely wrong. It often is. Driven, but straight to McKinney from Bairstow. Will Gidman still out on the pitch, isn't he? Will Rhodes just going through his warm-up routine there. I fancy we might see him with the ball soon enough. Bairstow still pushing for an England recall. I don't know if they might have decided they moved on from him.
I think white ball recall is more plausible than a red ball one at this point.
Kind of driven out towards backward point. Sorry, mate. Just be one. Emilio Gay does the fielding.
Well, this is a pleasant... hang on. I thought Doggett was coming back onto the field.
50-run partnership between Johnny Bairstow and George Hill. Bairstow's got 30 of them. Hill has 20. It's taken just over an hour. That is Brendan Doggett.
Is he coming onto the field, or is he...
Field. Yeah, I think.
He's running out the light meter, I think.
Ah.
Is he going to run straight back off?
James Minto is making his way down to long leg. Is Brendan Doggett going to stay on? I don't think he is. I think he's going to have to go off. Okay, so probably not a chance of him taking that second new ball as things stand.
I mean, we ran through some of the wicket-keeping options England have. It doesn't carry to Colin Ackerman. It's if he gets a palm to it, but Yorkshire will take the single. Yeah, we ran through some of those wicket-keeping options, didn't we? Obviously the incumbent, Jamie Smith, Jordan Cox, England rate highly, Ollie Robinson, not in the best of form with the bat, but very handy with the gloves. James Rood down at Somerset, Tom Banton down at Somerset. I think many England fans would view it as almost a backward step if Johnny Bairstow was to be recalled. Obviously, if he was, then England are confident he could do a job. But I personally don't see it in the Test side. White ball, with how badly England are struggling for consistency and, you know, maybe lacking some of that experience, which obviously you can't buy off a shelf. You can't go to a store and say, I want 50 caps worth of
be fun if
white ball
could,
cricket.
It?
Oh, it'd be amazing, but, you know, maybe
feels like he's on Waitrose or M&S to create that.
Pulled along the carpet. Minto will do the fielding. Yeah, maybe in that white ball setup I could see Brendan McCullum thinking, look, Johnny, we need some experience in our batting lineup. We need someone who's kind of been there, done that, accomplished everything to kind of show the way for these next generation of players and provide some stability in the immediate future. Are you willing to do that? Which obviously Johnny's answer would be yes. But yeah, I think on the red ball side of things, I think his time has come and gone as a Test cricketer.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Wouldn't say it to his face.
No. Definitely would not say it to his face. And that's what you've got to love about competitors like Johnny, is that while many people count them out, he never counts himself out. And that's why he'll definitely stick around the game for a fair few years to come. Obviously, it'll be great for Yorkshire to have him around, you know, following in his dad's footsteps, captaining Yorkshire this year in red ball cricket. Drops that one to Graham Clark. And who knows, might be around for Yorkshire for some of that white ball campaign as well, that T20 blast. I believe he's got 100 contracts for this year.
I'd assume so, yeah.
So, going to be a change in the field. Amelia Gay's going to hop on over. He's going to... What do you say that is, Sam? Gully? Fourth slip? Fifth slip?
Yeah, it's more. It feels... Oh, let's call it gully, Rob. Let's keep it simple. It's almost close enough to need a helmet, isn't it?
Quick single. Well taken. I think Matthew Potts is going to get a break. I've seen Will Rhodes remove the cap, left it out at his previous fielding position. It looks like he's going to give Potts a bit of relief, which you said over 70. Alex Lees goes over 69.
Oh, who am I to overrule Alex Lees? It is, after all, his decision and not mine. Much contrary to popular belief. Yeah, Will Rhodes, the partnership breaker. Can he break this partnership? It's worth more than 50 now between Johnny Bairstow and George Hill. If you're just joining us here at the Banks Homes Riverside, it's not warm. It's not particularly bright or sunny. It's not sunny at all. It's grey, it's gloomy, the floodlights are on, but we do have cricket and potentially have a thrilling finish. 170 for 4 Yorkshire. They lead by 50. Durham searching for the final 6 wickets. They're without a couple of the 4 seamers, or the 4 frontline seamers they came into this game with. through injury, but they've got Will Rhodes as a fifth seamer. He's about to bowl for the first time in this innings. Second new ball is due in 11 overs. Johnny Bairstow, 32 not out. George Hill, 21 not out. Cut away. Medio Gay will keep it to 1 out there at deep backward point. No slips for Will Rhodes. Fuller driven. Great bit of work by Ben McKinney. Hill and Best almost ran on the shot. McKinney diving away to his left. Saved a couple of runs at least there. Good work. Johnny Bairstow just returning to his position at the non-striker's end. Chance for a run out here. It was probably a good call. New Graham Clark had to make up a few yards to his right. This is, I mean, this is good from Yorkshire. Bairstow has always been a good runner, looking for that single, making Durham fielders work. Think about it.
Yeah, Bairstow's, like you say, he has been a good runner. Maybe Joe Root would have a different opinion.
Well, yeah. He's quick, right? Bairstow. Those legs carry him quickly. Fuller. Yorker dug out by Bairstow. Matthew Potts, who we've seen this morning from the Finkel end. We'll probably see him in 10 overs time when that second new ball comes.
Yeah, I've seen Colin Ackerman going through his bowling warm-ups at mid-wicket, so I reckon it's a double change coming from Alex Lees.
Solid from Bairstow. Rhodes, first over of the innings for him. Rain down at Lady Bay. So Durham 2s are in action against Nottinghamshire. They won the toss, elected to bowl, but they haven't got out there just yet. Driven. Hard. Too hard, probably. Alex Lees able to cut off the single. End of the over. 70 gone in this Yorkshire second innings. 172 for 4. Those are the scenes here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Alas, in case there's any confusion, that is not blue sky peeking through, at least not yet. Rob Rush has called it. Colin Ackerman's going to come into the attack. Somerset have lost a second wicket down at Hampshire. Sean Dixon is still there. It's Tom Lammonby that's fallen to Carl Abbott, who loves taking wickets against Somerset. Surrey still batting in a game that's destined for a draw down at Hove.
I think they've just lost a couple quick wickets.
Yeah, they have. 429 for 6. Hundreds from Pope and Lawrence in that innings, but that's heading towards a draw. Worcestershire 8 down now, 202 for 8. They need 93 runs. Overs aren't an issue for them. They've only got 2 wickets remaining if they are to beat Essex. That would be a famous victory at Chelmsford. It looks like it's going to go Essex's way, that one.
I think they've just lost the 9th, so Essex are now on the brink.
It's raining at Old Trafford. It's raining at Derby. Playing at Lords, Glenwalker trail by 67 with 4 wickets remaining. Middlesex only batted once so far.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it was good work from Ackerman yesterday. 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. You might argue that Yorkshire weren't really looking to score against him, but he did his part. Plugged himself in from that Lumley end. Started to get a few to grip as well to the left-handers of Lythe and Milan, but as we mentioned, most importantly, just allowed Alex Lees to give Potts and Rain a breather. Hill looking to clear the front leg. I think that's Alex Lees who's got it down to long on. It's not, it's Graham Clark who's down there. So Clark at long on, got a deep mid off. Cover. James Minto's in on the single. Kind of a very short third man. Will Rhodes at short fine leg. Mina Gaze at deep backward square. 2 mid wickets, Potts and McKinney. And Will Goodman's out at deep point. Bairstow will keep strike, just 2 from that opening Ackman over. 174 for 4, lead up to 54.
You enjoyed your 10 days or so up in the northeast, Rob Rush?
Oh, it's been amazing, mate. Always love coming back.
Feels like a second home to you?
It is a second home to me. It doesn't not feel as it is a second home to me. Obviously spent 3 years up here for uni.
Cut. Just one. Emilio Gay is out there. Bairstow moves to 35.
Spent 3 years up here for uni, made a lot of very good friends. And yeah, always enjoyed coming back and seeing them and being around. Here at the Banks Homes Riverside, very welcoming club, almost like well, not almost, is a family club. Very good bunch of guys in that Durham changing room, and yeah, like you say, been very nice to be back.
Plays it late, Hill. Just one down to third.
Long days on commentary, but made a lot easier by
My company.
your company.
Good.
We've had Cambo come in on multiple occasions.
You get so excited then, don't you?
Vic has come in. Emily Windsor during the Warwickshire game. We had Ben on yesterday. Had John Bland on as well. Very fortunate to have so many people willing to give up their time to come and chat nonsense with us too. Well, correction, we chat the nonsense. They provide the proper stuff.
The actual analysis. Yeah, well saved there. I think you were about to say that Ryan Campbell chats nonsense.
I think that would have been
your last visit to the Banks Homes Riverside. When are you back?
Notts.
Next home game?
Next home game, I believe there'll be Ash Thorpe's debut for the men's on the men's side of commentary. I believe he'll do the women's game this coming Sunday.
Is he not doing the one on Wednesday?
I'm not sure when he gets back.
I'm
not sure when he gets back from this little jaunt.
This little holiday, yeah, working holiday. I think
holiday.
Whenever he's landing at some ridiculous time in the morning and then coming in to do some commentary, I think that might be Wednesday. I'm sure Sam Blacklock will confirm it. Historic day on Wednesday. Durham women's first game as a professional Tier 1 side.
Yep, girls have been in this morning.
Their 50 over campaign getting underway. 2 days' time.
I think we talked about it yesterday. The England A girls have also
Yes.
finished their tour of Australia. They're flying back.
Lovely. I think they might even be in today.
So it's a long old trip.
Oh, yeah. Still, they'll be greeted by sunshine and warmth when they get back, right?
Yeah. I think as well, Holly Armitage, his skipper hasn't even moved up, hasn't hasn't been around much in the North East, maybe not even at all, due to her commitments.
Yeah, I think it might be her first date today, here. End of the over, 72 gone. Will Rhodes has bowled 2 overs for just the 4 runs. Johnny Bairstow 35, George Hill 24, lead is 56. Score is 176 for 4, and I think that's pretty much all the info you need to know.
So yeah, Holly captaining the girls this year in their first season. Maddie Villiers and Beth Heath also spending some time down in Australia.
Susie Bates will be around soon, if not already. What a signing that is.
Good use of the feet from Hill. Good stop from Potts, isn't it? That short mid-on. He's kind of moved himself to now. Not really a mid-wicket. Pulled. There's the breakthrough. The first wicket of the morning session goes to Colin Ackerman. Ben McKinney, sharp catch away to his right-hand side in at mid-wicket. George Hill cannot believe what he's done. Yorkshire have added to their lead, but the overarching message would have been we can't afford to lose wickets. They've seen out 53 minutes of this opening session before losing their first. To be honest, Sam, we said it a couple of times already. Soft dismissal.
Yeah, I think when that ball left Colin Ackerman's hands, with the greatest of respect to the bowler, George Hill was thinking boundary. I think when the ball hit Ben McKinney's hands, he was also laughing and thinking that probably should have been a boundary. Not always your best deliveries take wickets. Colin Ackerman into the game. Can't keep him out of the game. Big wicket, George Hill, 5 down. You can't underestimate how difficult it will be to come out and bat in this light as well. You just never know here. 56 is the lead. Halfway through. You do with Bairstow. They do bat a long way down. But the belief is back. If it ever went away. I don't know.
The belief never goes away with this Durham changing room. It's going to be Matthew Revis. Had a good comeback yesterday with the ball. Was very shaky on Saturday. Alex Lees took a particular liking to him, but bounced back well yesterday. Actually bowled a beauty to dismiss Colin Ackerman without scoring. Bowled on 8th and 1 that absolutely ripped off the surface and took the glove of the Dutch international. He's going to come out here at number 7. As you mentioned, Sam, still got a fair bit of batting to come. Dom Bess and Jordan Thompson be the next 2 in, but
second new ball.
It's an opening.
Potts and rain. It's relatively fresh. Difficult light.
There's an open end. Now, it's not 2 set batters. You've got Johnny Bairstow, who has looked pretty comfortable for his 35 from 71. But new batter at the crease, you can tell immediately. Will Rhodes in its slip. In case there is that chance there.
Was caught by Colin Ackerman at slip off the bowling of Will Rhodes in the first innings. Matthew Revis. Just hear the volumes gone up by the fielders. Little interesting stance, isn't it, Revis? He's a tall man. Bends the knees. Clears that front foot. It's almost Peterson-esque.
Left alone. Just 1 ball left in this successful over for Durham. Wicket maiden, 176 for 5. Ethan Brooks is Worcestershire's last hope down at Essex, and he's Going well. Approaching his 50, but...
He just ramped one of the seamers for 6. The Sri Lankan, Kasun Rajita. He's going for it. Ethan Brooks, I like that. Bairstow on strike. Will Rhodes has ball in hand. An older ball, 73 overs old now. Call his weight. Good call as well. Alex Lee's down. Moves across to his left. Does the fielding. Coming up to midday on this final day. Solid from Bairstow. A bit more pressure on him now. Still plenty of Yorkshire batting to come. About batting time for these two. Continuing to push ahead. 56 to lead. Started at 12 this morning. Rain is forecast for after lunch, but you just, well, we're in England. You can't trust the forecast. You never know. Rhodes has been good since he's come on. Remember, Brendan Doggett off the field, Paul Coughlin off the field. 2 of Durham's 4 frontline seamers. He's had a very successful career himself, though, Will Rhodes. A proper all-rounder. Top order batter. But a more than capable bowler too. Edged. Oh, and it's just fallen short of Ollie Robinson, who does brilliantly to prevent a boundary really there. No slips in place. Robinson gets down, picks it up on the bounce. 106 first-class wickets so far for Will Rhodes. I think that was before this game, so 107. Maiden over. Bairstow still has 35. Score is still 176 for 5. Helmet being run on. Rob rushes back. Back again.
Don't think anyone needs to tell a friend.
No, I know. You'll make yourself known, won't you?
Graham Clark's gonna go in under the lid. Amelia Gaze had that pleasure last week, but looks like Graham Clark is ahead of him in the pecking order when selected. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I wouldn't want to field at short leg, Sam, would you?
No, I'd be quite happy to be very low in that pecking order.
I wonder how that's decided.
Well,
Surely it's got to be some sort of competition.
Well, it's just the best fielder under there, isn't it? Some people are brilliant under there. It's about keeping still, isn't it? And not fearing getting hurt. About having quick reactions, quick hands.
Too short from Ackerman and Revis. Punishes that through point for his first runs. Clark changes to go in at Underlid on the offside. Genuine edge. Will Goodman pulls it up inside the rope. They'll come back, I think, for 3. After that, it is indeed. So Revis will keep strike. 5 overs left till that second new ball, which undoubtedly will be taken by Raynham Potts. Colin Ackerman comes in as first slip, and point or deep backward square leg is brought in off the boundary. Nice looking drive, but stopped by Potts. Good line and length from Rhodes. Again, beats that outside edge. This is good from Rose, only into his, coming towards the end of his 4th over. Love to pick up that outside edge. Maiden, 183 for 5, lead is 63. Surrey have moved themselves into the lead down at Hove. Worcestershire still going strong behind this innings from Ethan Brooks, although Essex do now have the second new ball to take.
55 though now, isn't it? You never know what a victory that would be. I don't want to get too excited too early. Although I do. It's a long way away still.
Somerset 138 for 2. The deficit now just 14. That looks like it's going to be shaking hands pretty soon after 4:30, you'd think, Sam.
Is that the earliest? Is it tea?
I think
just
so.
after tea.
I think it might be 4:40. Might be hour after tea. Tea obviously set on the final day at 20-4. Still no play at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire frustrated by the weather. Leicestershire frustrated by the weather at Old Trafford. They would have wanted to get on and really stick Lancashire under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, it feels like Lancashire might get away with a couple in a row, really, at home. A couple of poor performances from them.
Morgan's deficit is still above 50. It's down to 51, but still only got those 4 wickets left. And Middlesex will have their second new ball in just under 3 overs time.
Likewise here.
Gloucestershire looking to step on the accelerator a little bit. Lead is now 260 down at Canterbury for them. And still no play at Derby. They look like they have saved the game down there with the lead just 9, but doesn't look promising for them getting on before lunch or maybe even the full day.
Blooming rain. Blooming rain.
It's been a very lovely start to the Rothesay County Championship season. A lot of good games of cricket.
It's been a joy. We've got one here potentially. I think this second new ball can Durham. Couple of quick wickets. If they can do that, they open this game right up again. Well, it's still quite open actually. It's just we're all assuming the rain's going to come and it might not.
Just 1 off the over. 3 left till that second new ball can be taken.
Will Rhodes, he'll probably have a couple more from the Finkel end. Over 78 and 80 with this first ball of the innings. Can he prize out a bonus wicket? Can he get Bairstow? Can he get Revis? Bairstow's on strike, so he's got a better chance of getting him right now. 36 from 79 Johnny Bairstow has. The Yorkshire captain. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long leg.
Maybe some short stuff.
Tempt him.
Double bluff.
Maybe just opening up that leg side, giving Bairstow a single. Would they rather bowl at Revis? Probably. Colin Ackerman's at deep mid wicket. He's probably 5 good paces in from the boundary by the time he's finished walking in. It's not the longest boundary in the world over there. Maybe just dig one in, say to Johnny, go on. Go on, Johnny. You can hit it over the scoreboard, can't you? Take it on. Don't miss-hit it, though. There's men out there. Oh, some lovely footwork from Ben McKinney. 1, 2, 3 touches. Is there any end to that man's talents? Under 50 needed at Chelmsford now. Brooks 73. Partnership's 45 or 36. Mr. Duffy has 0 off 5 balls. 5 sixes for Ethan Brooks. They'll be getting a bit tense there, the home crowd. 5 wickets for Jamie Porter in that one, 5.55. Don't know why I've said 5.55, it's 5.44. There's the single. Best are happy to take it. Of course he is. Revis is more than capable. You're in a world of pain if you're turning down singles with your number 7 batter in. Now Ackerman will come in. Does the fielding and trots across back into the slips. Revis has only been out there 20 balls, got 7. Can Will Rhodes find a way through? Not this time. Just be 1. 1 more ball left in over 78. Can't imagine there'll be any delay in Alex Lee saying, "Umps, can we have that second new ball, please? Give us one with the lacquer on." Over is done. 186 for 5. Lead 66. Revis will be on strike with 8. Bairstow will be standing down the other end on 37.
Shane Snater's now getting the treatment from Brooks.
That would be some win, wouldn't it? 79. Brooks is now on to. Bit of a head scratcher for Tom Wesley. 38 to win. Snater hit for 6 and then 4 byes. That helps.
County Championship loves serving up 1 wicket thrillers at this point. I think Graham Clark's quite thankful he's got pads on.
Yeah, that's what you need to be in there under the helmet. Bravery, didn't flinch, didn't turn away. Bet him and his brother had some battles in there growing up.
Soft hands. Come back for 2.
See that fully committed effort from Will Gidman.
Oh, it's not, I don't think he doesn't know the meaning of anything else other than full commitment.
Someone get that man an energy drink at deep backward point. He'll be first in the queue for a massage probably post at lunchtime, pushing the quick bowlers out of the way. So you had him on yesterday?
No, we had Ben Hall on comms yesterday. Think that'll be the last we see of Colin Ackerman with the ball for a while.
What have we got? 40 odd minutes till lunch. 76 left in the day. Will Rhodes is going to continue from the Finkel end into the 6 over his spell. It's been frugal. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 6 so far. It's that 0 in the last column though. That's what Durham need to change. They picked up 1 wicket this morning. George Hill pulling a short ball really from Colin Ackerman. A drag down straight into the waiting hands of Ben McKinney. Still need 5 wickets. Then Durham will have to bat again. We're racing against rain as well. Forecast rain. Bairstow works that nicely past Graham Clark. It's a lovely shot. That's all about touch and timing from Johnny Bairstow. 4 runs.
Lead ticks up over 70 with that last boundary.
That'll just be 1. That trio of fielders out there on the leg side. Young James Minto on as a sub today. Nice to see him back at the Banks Homes Riverside. I think he was having a bit of a bowl before play. One more to Revis. Halfway through the 80th. 3 balls until that second new ball is due. And that's going to be the game, right? Ben Rain and Matthew Potts versus Johnny Bairstow, Matthew Revis and Durham will hope. A few other Yorkshire batters. Half a shout. Not entirely convinced. Hits Bairstow on the pad. I think it's sliding down the leg side. Lovely shot. Only to run for those, Johnny Bairstow. He moves to 46. Over pitched in his arc, straight as you like. Whistles past the stumps. Takes the lead to 78 as Yorkshire approach 200, 198 for the loss of 5 wickets. One more ball of this Will Rhodes over. Probably, in all likelihood, one more ball of his spell. Be surprised if he's still bowling from the Finkel end in 5 minutes' time. Bairstow keeps the strike. He's got 47. 199 for 5. Lead is 79. I think Graham Clark is going to hand his pads back.
Yeah, Ben Rain has ditched the cap.
This
And
feels like it.
Matthew Potts disposes of that Duke's ball. Launches it from mid-off all the way to the boundary. Umpire indicates new ball available and taken. As you said, Sam, this is more than likely the game. If Durham can get a couple breakthroughs, then we may have a thrilling end in store. If Yorkshire can see this out, then you'd think
We may not.
they would be safe. Glamorgan have lost a 7th. Down at Lords, still trailing by 34. Johnny Bairstow taking his time. Ben Rain with new ball in hand. Gloucestershire's lead up now to 280. 310, 320, you reckon? Sam, would you say that's decent enough chase for Kent?
Yeah, but it's not a lot of time to do it. They'll have a go under Hollyoak. Crawley might get going.
That is a lovely cover drive from Johnny Bairstow, and that'll bring him his 50. Doesn't look like he's going to let Ben Rain settle with this second new ball. Doing his bit for his team in this opening session. Was watchful last night. 2 from, I think, 26 he was overnight. He's moved to 51 from 91 with 8 fours. Brings up the Yorkshire 200 as well.
Skipper's knock. .35 now, Johnny Bairstow. 100 tests, 223rd first class game, 72nd first class 50 for him. Plus 3100s, good numbers. His second of the summer, made 56 in the first game. Defeat down at Hampshire, also in the second innings. Bang bang here is the call from the fielders. That's what Durham need. Couple of wickets. Changes the complexion of the game. Changes the feeling on the Yorkshire balcony. They'll be feeling relatively comfortable right now. It's largely about survival this morning session. Yeah, they pushed the lead on a little bit as well. 72 runs so far. Still got half an hour left of it, or 35 minutes. 6-8 overs of the second new ball.
Five runs from that first over with the second new ball. 204 for 5. Unsurprisingly, no play before lunch down at Edgbaston. Not being held up by the weather. Somerset now into the lead. Down at Southampton, lead is 3. Surrey have pushed the lead on to 30 runs, looking to apply some late day pressure down at Hove, but think that will be a draw.
Right, Matthew Potts. Ball back in hand. He doesn't want to draw here. He wants a Durham victory. That's going to happen. Someone's going to have to take quick wickets. He's going to take responsibility for himself, or he's going to try to. Bairstow's got 52. This is a big battle, isn't it? England teammates. One slip. Plenty of encouragement from those Durham fielders. Expectant crowd in here. Not as big as in the past few days, but the locals, the usuals, the regulars are in the Banks Homes Riverside, taking their, presumably their same spots. People like to sit in the same seats. Bairstow brings the bat down. Will Rhodes does the fielding at mid-on. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Most of those Durham fielders out there in jumpers. Pots and rain. Always in short sleeves, those two. Potts back at the top of his run-up. One down to third. Johnny Bairstow will walk the single. Test for Matthew Revis here. And they'll stick a second slip in. Yet Will Rhodes trotting across from mid-on to join Colin Ackerman. He'll slot in between Ackerman and Robinson, I think, Will Rhodes. Seems to be a first slip specialist. Ackerman prefers it as second. Wonder if second's the more difficult position to field. Slightly close to the bat. Takes a little bit of reaction time away from you. Can he find a breakthrough? What's going on at Chelmsford, Rob Rush?
Deficit, well, target now, sorry, for Worcestershire, under 30. 29 to win.
Ethan Brooks, 88. Wow. Just hit Jamie Porter for 6.
I believe they've taken the second knee ball as well.
Oh! Edged. It's gone through Colin Ackerman. Bit of controversy down at Chelmsford. I think Ethan Brooks had just fallen. Jamie Porter takes a return catch, caught and bowled. I don't know if Ethan Brooks was suggesting it was a bump ball. He's got a smile on his face. Porter seemed quite animated there. End of the over, 82 gone. $12.30. Bairstow's got 53. Revis has 13.
Gloriously pulled by Bairstow. Finds the gap. 2 men out there on the leg side. First is going to be run hard. They're going to look for 2, and they'll get 2.
It's good running again from Yorkshire, that, isn't it? It'd be so easy for Bairstow just to say, right, we'll not take any risk, we'll just sit on 1 there. But actually he's trying to build that lead the whole time. I don't know him, but knowing his attitude towards things, why rule out the win? Why rule out getting 100, 150, 200 ahead and bowling Durham out? Saying, go on, if the rain stays away, try and knock it off in 40 overs. That would be fun.
That would be fun.
Durham would have a go.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. Ryan Campbell would be licking his lips. Slip comes out. It's just going to be Ackerman in there. Now Rhodes goes into the onside. See, similar to where Matthew Potts was fielding earlier. Kind of directly in front of Alex Lees, kind of in that mid-wicket. James Minto and Emilio Gay are back. Minto is behind square. I think Emilio is in line or just in front. Six off the over, 2:13 for 5.
Floodlights are on. If you're just joining us here at the Banks Homes Riverside, the floodlights have been on, well, basically since the sun came up. It's grey, it's gloomy, it's a little bit cold, but they are playing cricket, unlike in many parts of the country right now. Yorkshire 213 for 5. They've extended their overnight lead from 12 to 93. They've lost just the 1 wicket. George Hill pulling a Colin Ackerman delivery to Ben McKinney. Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire skipper, still there on 59. Matt Revis is 13 unbeaten. He's on strike. Durham have the second new ball. Matthew Potts currently has that in his hands from the Finkel end, and there are 2 slips. Durham needing wickets. Driven out to backward point. Durham a couple of seamers light. No sign of Brendan Doggett this morning, struggling with injury yesterday. No sign of Paul Coughlin since the first day. Has also picked up an injury. But Potts and Rain will continue to give it everything. Will Rhodes probably will be the first change bowler with this second new ball, but they'll be hoping Alex Lees maybe he can keep Potts and Rain going till lunchtime. Get some food into them. A bit of a rub down and then back out after lunch, if the rain holds. Currently it's Yorkshire holding firm. £3,500 with you now on the live stream. That game down at Chelmsford is finished. Essex have won it. Controversial moment at the end. Ethan Brooks was going well. Closing in on 100. Caught and bowl catch from Jamie Porter. Did Porter catch it cleanly? Oh, beauty from Matthew Potts. It was one of those leading edges. Bowler diving forward. Desperately trying to get there before the ball hit the ground. Did it touch the floor? Did it bounce just in front of Porter? One of those I'm not sure the player themselves can really ever know. Maybe he did know. Maybe he caught it cleanly. Maybe it bounced. I don't know. Ethan Brooks certainly seems to suggest that it hadn't carried. Bairstow back on strike. 59 he's got. Slip comes out. He's looked really good, Bairstow. Must be really comforting as a Yorkshire player to know you've got Johnny Bairstow in your side. Oh, he's just spotted something on the pitch. Doesn't like the look of. Runs down there to do a bit of gardening. No matter, Lees and Potts still in conversation. Again, as he has done all morning, Johnny Bairstow. Doesn't leave a single run out there. Pushes that to the right backward point. Immediately calls Revis free. Last ball, the 84th coming up. 20 minutes left until lunch. Tees at 3:40 today if we get that far. Fixed time. Whenever Durham bat, if they bat today, they're going to have to get on with it because they'll always be wary of the forecast, which isn't great. Could be fun. Need to take 5 wickets first there. Revis gets his bat down. 84 gone, 2:15 for 5, leads 95. Rob Rush is back. Back again. So when did you nick Coggers' tracksuits then, Rob?
No, I've had these for a couple of years now.
Have you? So you need some new ones, is what you're saying?
I wouldn't mind some.
They comfy? They look comfy.
They're very comfy.
Yeah.
Very, very comfy. Ben Rain, he just I feel like every game he just checks himself in at the lovely end and just goes...
Checks in.
Just checks in.
Got a loyalty points card. Give me some bonus points.
He's got to be loaded with bonus points with how often he's down there. And then every 4-day game, checks out. He's like, see you again soon. Wind it up again every home game. Mr. Rain, returning visit. Bairstow works him away back to Emilio Gay.
You'll have to wait a few weeks. There are only a couple of games on the road, Worcestershire, and then Hampshire, then a rest week. They need a rest week, Durham.
Durham could do with about 3 rest weeks at this point. So you mentioned bowling stocks are not in the greatest of shapes, and you'd think that the ECB will have an input on Matthew Potts' availability sooner rather than later. Going to play the first 3 games of the year. We've seen Sam Cook got pulled out of the Essex game against Worcestershire. Sonny Baker was pulled out of Hampshire's game against Somerset. So are starting to see the ECB kind of rest some players. You should see what they do with the Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith.
I think Pope just needs to play, doesn't he? He's got 100 now. I'm sure he'll miss one of the weeks for Surrey.
Got a plastic bag floating in the air.
Oh, yeah.
We had the dog stop played last year against Kent. So I've got a plastic bag that is trying its best to evade. What can't Matthew Potts do?
Very little, it would seem.
Graham Onions trying to walk a wicket down below us. Well, I don't think he's trying to walk at least 2 wickets here.
Yeah, wrapped up, woolly hat on, coat on. Oh, it's a long time ago. What was it, 10 days back when they were all in shorts and T-shirts, topping up the tans?
Early lunch down at Southampton. Rain has brought about that early break. Somerset just creeping into the lead. down there. Glamorgan still 7 down, still trailing by 16. Obviously, that first task is to get that deficit erased, but it's going to be an awful lot more for them to save the game. Good decision to leave from Revis, just a single from that over. Lead is 96. Gloucestershire pushing the lead to just about 300 over Kent. Still no play at Derby and still no play at Lancashire. Derby looks destined for a draw. Be interesting to see what Leicestershire could do if they get back on. Obviously picking up those 3 wickets last night. Keaton Jennings, Night Watch, Anderson Phillip and Michael Jones all disappearing for the Red Rose. Surrey 9 down now, so Sussex just about claiming full bowling bonus points with 1 over to spare.
Every point counts.
Surrey's lead up over 50.
Didn't get there where he wanted it, Bairstow. They ran the first one hard, never two there, though. 15 minutes left until lunch. Durham need a wicket here. We've said it plenty of times. This partnership just getting a bit frustrating for them now. 41. Eking up time, pushing Yorkshire's lead on a bit further. Yorkshire will be delighted. Anthony McGrath, Bairstow himself, they'll be pretty happy with their morning's work. This would have been the plan. I don't think there's... Well, there probably is an acceptance that they couldn't win the game from where they were, but you never know. Revis moves to 15.
Yeah, is a fair bit of chatter about that. Jamie Porter, caught and bowled down at Essex.
There's a couple of angles. I have had a look at a few replays where you can't really see it. Brooks is in the way, but there is one angle, and it does look very close. Even Brooks points immediately, says you put that one down. Which is good from Matthew Potts. 2 for 70 so far. He's into his 24th over of work. Continuing to charge in. Make it difficult for the batters. Just needs a moment. A lack of concentration, a piece of magic. Durham fielders need to concentrate. If a chance comes their way, they have to take it. One out to Emilio Gay. What's your lunch option today, Rob Rush?
Went for the chicken and rice.
Did you? Were you good? Were you true to your word? Did you save your Easter egg until after play yesterday?
I did indeed. Didn't finish it.
Didn't finish it? What kind of egg was it? Cream egg, did you say?
Yeah.
There weren't any mini eggs. You tried to tell me there were mini eggs with it. That's absolute nonsense.
No, there was 2 cream eggs in there.
Yeah, that's not a mini egg there, mate. Come on.
Oh, mate. My apologies.
Accepted. Push to mid-on, just inside of mid-on. So they take a 1. Good running. What did you go for first, the cream eggs or the Easter egg itself?
What do you think?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking the question.
Cream egg first.
Did you? My wife's a massive fan of cream eggs at the moment.
Good taste.
They've been a daily occurrence. But you've got to have good taste in something, right? .220 for 5. 100 lead now for Yorkshire. Triple figures.
Don't be too hard on yourself, mate.
I was talking about the fact she supports Watford.
Yeah.
End of the over. 86 gone here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
At least they haven't sacked the manager in a while.
No, they haven't. That is clutching at straws, but yes.
Did find it quite funny they had to put a tweet out earlier in the year saying that the rumours surrounding Tom Cleverley's future were just rumours.
Perhaps they were just testing the temperature like all good politicians. We'll just throw it out there, see what the crowd... yeah, they don't like it. Sam Danning alongside Robert Bobby Rush. Playoff started yet? Basketball, you got your... Was that in Boston Celtics? They started?
Yep. Celtics started yesterday.
Did they win?
Did indeed. So they have a 1-0 series lead. First to 4. A best of 7 series. Rain targeting the pads. Never a single there. Johnny Bairstow smartly sending his partner back. We've got 12 minutes, well 11 minutes now, till lunch. You think this one from Rain, another from Potts, should be one more from Rain and maybe one more from Potts before the break.
Sharp.
Beautiful. From Matt Revis, who moves on to 20. Just sat up nicely. Bit too wide from Rain. Pulled. This time, Amelia Gay can get a hand to it. But it just palms it over the rope. 4 more.
Every run now. Just making Durham's task that little bit more difficult. They make count. Maybe at 5 o'clock with a run chase on. If the weather holds, thinking, okay. .50 partnership up between these two with that boundary. 52. Just as Durham thought they'd got a sniff. An opening to get back into this game. Well, give themselves a chance of winning the game. These two put on 52 for the 6th wicket.
Two to 8 for 5.
Get 2 more before lunch, you reckon, Rob Rush? I think we will. 12:52. Can Durham get a wicket? Can it take 2 wickets? How they would love to. That would change the complexion of their lunchtime meal. Still grey, still gloomy. No rain so far, though. Ground staff sort of hovering, loitering over there under the scoreboard like they always are. I'm sure Vic Domain's in shorts. Conversation going on between Potts, Rhodes, and now Lee's coming over to join them. What can they do? What can they find? Bairstow's got 63. He's looked in no trouble, really. Classy player in decent touch. Would love to have got him early, Durham. It hasn't happened. Need to get him soon, you feel. In theory, 68 overs left in the day. In practice, well, we'll lose a couple for any sort of turnover unless it's bang on an interval. Do we lose them anyway? I don't know if we do, actually, if we go straight into an interval. Oh, could have gone anywhere.
Chance.
Come through for a single. Revis called him through. Yeah, very difficult for the bowler to get all the way up there, turn and throw at the non-striker's end. Good running, I think, from Revis.
Looking at Matthew Potts there, you wouldn't be able to tell if he's just started on day one or midway through his second spell on day 4.
Super fit, isn't he? Super fit. Ooh. Good lead from Revis. Shoulders, arms, gets that front pad out there. Did move back at him though. Leads 109. It's good from Potts. Revis is still there. 24 he's got from 55 balls now, I think. Going to tick up yet. 4 balls into the 88th over of the innings. Probably one more left before lunch. Can Durham find that breakthrough? They need to. Gets the bat down there, Revis. You can see his reaction from Potts, from Ollie Robinson, from Colin Ackerman at slip. Over 88 done. 229 for 5.
We'll get one more over in of Ben Rain from the Lumley end. Tap on the backside for Potts from his wicket-keeper. Like I say, a lot of work. He's bowled 25 overs so far in this second innings. Got through a lot of work last week as well. How did he bowl first innings? Bowled 20 first innings. So 45 overs so far for Potts. Ben Rain has bowled over 50 overs in this game. 24 in the first innings, starting his 29th here, the last one before lunch. Still some shape in there. Soft hands all along the carpet for a couple. Still got to test out Johnny Bairstow's awareness. Odd short ball. Last ball of the opening session, Yorkshire just losing that one wicket of George Hill, pulling a long hop from Conor Ackerman to the hands of Ben McKinney at mid-wicket. Other than that, though, they have pushed the lead up now by exactly 100 runs in the opening session. A lot of hard work for Potts and Rain. Ackerman and Rhodes only bowling a handful between them. It's going to be more of the same for Durham after lunch, you'd suspect, if the weather holds. The skies don't exactly look promising so far, but we have got through the opening 2 hours of play. Timings, of course, fixed on the final day. Bairstow still there for his county, 66 from 114. He's added 64 to his overnight score. And Matthew Revis there, 24 from 57. As the ground staff will get to work and putting the covers a little bit closer, which isn't the most promising news, but me and Sam are going to take a break.
We are.
And we'll be back with you in around 40 minutes. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. Afternoon, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside. The rain has held off, so the players are back out there in the middle. Yorkshire going to continue 232 for 5. Johnny Bairstow 66, Matt Revis 24. Their lead is 112 runs. Durham need 5 wickets and sharpish. Minimum of 66 overs remaining in the day. We have been looking at the weather forecasters. Cricket people love to do. I'm assured by Harry Dawson that while it's due to rain at 3 o'clock, it will clean up by 8 p.m. So some promising news. You right, Rob Rush? How was your lunch?
Really good, mate.
Yeah?
Really enjoyed it. Got given some prawn crackers.
You led the
share.
prawn cracker charge, didn't you? No one else noticed him, but Rob Rush.
Sharp eyes, mate. Sharp
nothing
eyes.
gets past him.
Sharp eyes, yeah. Going to be Matthew Potts from the Finkel end. Yeah, this opening... I mean, if we're going to be really honest here, Sam, Durham have to wrap this up in the next 20 minutes.
You reckon? What are you giving it? What are you calling this afternoon? When's the rain coming, Rush?
I give it about an hour and 5
Okay.
before the rain starts.
So 20 minutes, 10 minutes for the turnover, and then Durham have got 35 minutes to score 100 plus runs here. That'd be exciting. We'll find out. We've talked about Potts, haven't we?
It doesn't help when Johnny Bairstow's taking his time. We meant to start nearly 2 minutes ago, and he's still out there fiddling with his helmet.
Say it to his face.
Don't test me.
Here's Potts. One slip. Second new ball, only 9 overs old, so here's my favourite word again. Plenty of lacquer still on it.
So I think if we were going to build like a top 3 of favourite words, lacquer's up there.
For you
really enjoy how I say kookaburra.
Kookaburra. Say it again for us.
Kookaburra.
Once more with meaning.
Nah. Nice try, mate.
I enjoy your use of the word that as well. That's big in your milestone reaching.
Yeah, it is. Got to mix it up from time to time. Yeah, that was what I've called... I started a medio century with that, and I think...
Bairstow's 50, I think. That.
Yeah, Leesy to a century as well.
Was it?
I think so.
Just your word of the week, or do you mix it up?
I think it's going to have to be word of the week.
Sky Sports is Rob Rush. I haven't said that for at least 2 days now.
You got a quote you're trying to fill with that?
Says no to the run there, Bairstow. Jabbed his bat down. Skipper to skipper. Don't take on Alex Lees there. Oh, awkward little return catch there Robertson gave Lees, wasn't it?
Yeah, not the friendliest.
What do you reckon, Ben Rain or Will Rhodes, who's just warming up in front of us at mid-off? For those of you just joining us, Brendan Doggett and Paul Coughlin haven't been out there this morning. Coughlin hasn't been out there since the first day, certainly.
Yeah, came out to bat, but only lasted a couple deliveries. Fair play to him for coming out to bat. It's not the easiest thing to bat with an ab injury. Bairstow watchful.
They're annoying ones to recover from as well. Those little... I've only ever had one side strain in my life. I think I got it, genuinely got it laughing. And then it was weeks. Like every time you think it's all right, you can't really do anything.
Constant reminder.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about this upstairs during the lunch break. We've mentioned it on the stream as well, but just the sheer amount of overs that have been bowled by Durham's frontline pacers.
Behind square. And the Medio Gay can't quite get there. 4 more for Johnny Bairstow. He put the dive in, Gay, but couldn't cut it off. He moves on to 70. He's batting pretty nicely, Johnny Bairstow. Long sleeves.
Yeah, mentioned it. Ben Rain's up above 50 overs for this game. You'd think he'd end up somewhere towards 60.
Spinner's workload, that really, isn't it?
Matthew Potts ticked over 50 overs, or will do soon. It's an awful lot of work for those two.
Leg bye, that'll be, yeah, particularly off the back of what they did only less than a week ago. These last 10 days, they played 2 4-day games.
Yeah, as we've alluded to, I think both of us wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Potts is stood down by England ahead of that Worcestershire game.
I think they might dip into the loan market, Durham, before that game.
I don't see how else they're going to survive with fast bowling stocks. Obviously, there are 2 spinners that haven't played the last couple of weeks. You'd imagine one, if not both, of George Zell and Callum Parkinson will come back in.
And probably Drizzell, basically, based on what Cambo's been saying.
Yeah, but also I think Worcestershire does take a bit of spin, so it might not be a bad thing to go in with 2 spinners, especially if you can get some batting out of George Zell, which he did show down at Notts, that he can be quite handy with the bat. But yeah, you'd imagine George Rizal would come back into the side purely to give some options. It will mean that the man who's going to open for them in the end, Will Rhodes, is going to have to bowl a fair few more overs than maybe he was anticipating. Bairstow, again, taking his time, doing a bit of gardening. 70 from 120. Him played nicely so far today. Caresses that out to cover point on the boundary.
The familiar face on the coaching staff, Will Gidman, 40 years old. He was out there keen as a bean, wasn't he, before this afternoon session. Graham Onions was giving him some throws. Thought it was optimistic to think he might get a go at first slip. He was on the wedge, feeding catches. But
yeah, I think Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman quickly turned around and said, no, we've got this covered, Will.
You're all right, Gidders. I know you probably can't move as freely as you used to be able to.
Delayed call for the single, but they will get there. To give a proper answer to your question, I think Durham are going to have to be quite honest.
What was the question again? It feels like a long time ago.
Loan market.
Ah, yes.
I mean, if we're going to let's assume that Matthew Potts will be rested by England.
Obsessed with him having a rest, aren't you?
You're currently looking at Ben Rain, Will Rhodes, and Mitch Killeen is the only kind of senior fit bowlers, and Mitch Killeen isn't that senior. That one keeps low from Rhodes. As we mentioned, George Zell probably has to come back in due to the lack of options.
Anyone in the twos there that people might not be aware of? They're not playing down at Lady Bay. They've got as far as tossing the coin and then a sit watching it rain, I assume, against Nottinghamshire.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't say so. It's good to see some of those names up there. Bairstow can't beat the dive of Ben McKinney. Stan McAlinden working his way back, I think, from a knee injury. Luke Robinson did his groin out in Zimbabwe. So good to see that they're down there and selected. But
James Minto time, he's been out.
I don't think, as we mentioned last week, with what he's dealing with personally, I don't think that there's certainly no rush on the Durham side of things to bring him back. Also, you'd be bringing him back into a situation where he's going to be asked to bowl a lot. And yes, he was very good at the back end of last year, but he's 17 years old. You can't really be expecting him to bowl heavy workloads. The last thing you want with Minto and Dan Hogg to an extent is a stress fracture. As soon as you get that first stress fracture, it's going to follow you around for the rest of your career. So who knows? We might see Minto, but I would highly doubt it considering what he's dealing with personally. Driven nicely back down the ground, but Ben Rain, commitment levels, keeping Bairstow to staying in his crease. Just the 2 singles off over. So yeah, I think Durham are going to have to look into the loan market. Have heard some rumours that they are already in conversations. But
you're starting rumours, are you? You can't just say that and then leave it, Rob Rush.
hey,
The issue
it's not my liberty to say names. It's not my liberty to say names. That news will filter through the week if there is news to be shared. But I mean, you only have to look down the depth chart and see that it's going to have to be done. We'll wait and see who they are able to have chats with and bring in.
The issue is, where are you going to find these players? Because
you can't loan into division.
No, and also, why would you want a rival team to potentially have extra bowlers? But also the workload of other teams. They're all in the same situation. Here's Matthew Potts.
Yeah, seeing Adrian Harms down at Sussex tweeting that they're experiencing their fair share.
Sean Hunt's injured, isn't he?
Sean Hunt's out for 3 months. I think Danny Lamb is going to miss their game this upcoming week. Henry Crocombe as well is still not fit, so they're also in a bit of a perilous situation with their fast bowling stocks.
So what you need is a bowler who's pushing for a move, really. Someone who's out of favour. It's either going to be someone quite young or someone who's not in favour, because if you're another team, you're going to want to give your bowlers a rest. The schedule's pretty relentless. Now, Emilio Gay is going in at first slip. I hope this doesn't mean that he's not moving too freely. He doesn't look to be moving that freely.
God.
He's not a usual slipper, certainly in a team where you've got...
He's
but
been
not when
at
you've got
third,
Rhodes,
but not at first.
Not when you've got Rhodes and Ackerman out there. He's not usually the lone slipper.
Just wonder if that dive potentially just...
jarred something.
Yeah, potentially, which... we won't read too much into that. Maybe it could just be a simple fielding change, but... as you said, like the policy on loans not being able to be done between teams in division. So for Division 1 clubs, it's a lot harder because you've got to look down to Division 2.
Someone who's not playing
in Division 2 that you're then asking to come in to a Division 1 side and immediately make that step up. As you say, you'd also become in a situation where you're expected to bowl a lot. And that is where you are probably at your most susceptible to picking up an injury when you haven't played a lot, and then you're thrust in with a big workload.
You know what I told you earlier on, Rob Rush?
Huh?
Come on, look at the positives.
The positives
you're filling me with negatives.
The positives are it will be a great opportunity for whoever does come in.
That's better. That's what I like to hear from you, Rush. Come on. Get those floodlights on. Don't want grey skies from you as well. Potts continuing to charge in. He probably would do it all day if he was asked. Into his 27th of the innings, 2 for 77. Yorkshire will be pretty happy with where they are right now. I'm going to start scouring around Division 2 squads. Wouldn't imagine it would come from Kent. They seem to be not so stacked right now. Give Jimmy Anderson a game. Was that on his way back from his calf injury?
Use him as a tune-up.
Don't want to be playing Div 2, do you, Jimmy? Has Will Williams been getting a game there? Good bowler, Will Williams. Gloss have a few seamers, don't they? Couple that have played England Lions. March and DeLanger's playing at the moment.
Can also hit a long ball.
DeLanger?
Yeah.
Oh, as long as you like. That's not sure I've seen many cricketers hit a ball for the maiden over from Potts. 27 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 77 from him. The game at the moment feels like it's in a bit of a holding period. Durham needs something to happen. They need to make something happen. Need a bit of Rob Rush magic. What's going to happen, Rob?
Will Rose would love to find a bit of movement towards Johnny Bairstow, inspecting his crease. Not happy with how it's set up. He's a bit more happy now. If he could try and... either wrap that front pad, or take the outside edge.
Sometimes you see international cricketers play county cricket and they just make it look a different game though. You've watched Dave Bedingham do it here enough. What was the game last year where he made 100 and no one else? Was it the Somerset game, the victory in a couple of days? No one else could seem to be able to buy a score, and he basically made it look easy. Bairstow's in a similar mode right now.
Yeah, that innings from Bellingham was just ridiculous. Like I said, I think people even struggle to get towards 50. And he just walks out there on day one after Durham have skittled Somerset and just goes, lads, what are you all stressing about? This is easy.
What news of Dave Bedingham, by the way? What was the... It's a toe injury, right?
I think the official word is a fractured toe.
Ouch.
I will double check that. Fine from Bairstow. It'll be for young Minto unable to cover the ground in time. Was a lot of ground to cover, in fairness, from where he is.
Any bank holiday Monday cricket up here? Some of the leagues I know play bank holidays. Lancashire League used to. Maybe not. Bit of football, isn't there?
Plenty of football.
In Championship. Sunderland at home? Yeah, they got Blackburn, haven't they?
Tucked away through mid-wicket. Just a single. Ben McKinney is riding the boundary. Out there.
Hartlepool versus Gateshead in the National League. Just down the road.
Yeah. Official word, fractured toe for David Bedingham. Going to be regularly assessed by the science and medical team. I think Mitch Clean ended up playing some club cricket on Saturday.
Who's his club?
Burnmore.
Do alright?
Yeah, I think they won both their games. The first were in a bit of trouble, I think, against Hetton Lions. I think Hetton Lions were 130 odd for one and then succumbed to 180 all out. So, good turnaround. Two, 4, 4 for 5, lead 124.
Yeah, getting towards a situation where the wickets have to come now for Durham, if that forecast is accurate. Potts has taken his jumper off. Passed it across to umpire Shanmugam. Light was alright, went for a wander around at lunch. Popped over for Bannatynes for a coffee.
Good coffee?
Yeah, decent coffee. Alright. Ordered it with me oat milk and they gave me a dairy one first up. First world problems, innit? I had to send it back. Was polite about it though.
Always good to be polite.
Solid from Bairstow. What's going on around the grounds, Rob Rush? Any chance of an update at the end of the over from you?
Absolutely, mate. You know I've got you covered.
A Rob Rush roundup.
One of the last ones.
Ever?
No, not forever, but for a few weeks.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to miss each other, aren't we, in a couple of weeks' time, though? Look forward to working with Ash Thorpe.
Yeah, I think you've got the Somerset game, haven't you? The week after the Notts one.
Back-to-back home games again, isn't it?
Ash will finally know what it's like to put a...
To do an actual shift.
Yeah. Back-to-back home games.
Good from Potts, but still no breakthrough.
You know what, Sam? I can tell you that Notts are very frustrated.
They still sat watching it rain at Edgy.
I believe they are. They have not been able to get out there at all.
They've dominated that game too, haven't they?
Yeah, bowled Warwickshire out for 93. I mean, when you only were able to bowl 9.5 overs on day one.
It's a blow, innit? Anything at Old Trafford? Still raining. Lancashire maybe going to get away with one. Oh, no ball. Kept a bit low, but Matthew Potts has overstepped, so wouldn't have counted. Would almost have been worse if he'd have nicked that one behind. Emilio Gay still in that slip. Just wonder if he's struggling with something. Hopefully not. Matthew Potts just having a look at the line. Umpire Shan Mugan showing him what happened. I mean, no prizes for guessing what happened really there.
Yeah, that's to say there is a big divot there that obviously comes with 4-day cricket. Bowlers consistently running over that same spot. There is a big divot there. That's what caused Brendan Doggett some discomfort yesterday. And I think
they tried to fill it, because sometimes they can fill it, but that almost makes it worse. Jabbed into the leg side. That's almost trademarked Bairstow, isn't it? The straighter ball just closes the face, jabs it for one. Minto does the fielding.
Yeah, I think the official line from Durham is that Brendan Doggett is not bowling as a precaution.
Okay. So with a view to being fit, hopefully, for New Road on Friday.
Fingers crossed, yeah. But obviously, with the situation they're in, kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense to risk another fast bowler potentially making nothing into something quite significant. Gloucestershire is still batting.
Are they? So they've not called them in.
Sorry, I know you said at the end of the over. I've gone a little bit early.
Yeah, that's fine, Rob Rush. Didn't want to point out. I'm happy. Push to mid-off. Rhodes does the fielding. Need something. So their lead must be 300 plus right now.
330 plus.
See, it feels like they're not going to give Ken a chance to chase it then. Maybe they're worried about, as much as he's been out of nick, Zach Crawley gets in, gets his eye in.
Yeah, just absolutely leaving they want to leave the only two possible results as a Gloucestershire win and a draw.
Not sure they're giving themselves enough time to win it though.
That is the flip side of batting on for this long.
Potts and Revis in the game. Leads 127. Now, any other day, Rob Rush, if the sky was blue, just imagine, close your eyes for a second. It's 20 degrees. Blue sky. Victor Main's out there in his shorts and his tank top, sunbathing. 61 overs left. You think we've got a thrilling finish on here, potentially? We've got to load a bit of context into it. The forecast, the lack of bowlers for Durham. Johnny Bairstow being in.
Inside edge.
Potts desperate. He finishes over 28. 247 for 5.
Rain has consigned Derbyshire and Northamptonshire to a draw. That was always likely after Derbyshire managed to...
Bit of a mercy, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like they've saved them from wasting an afternoon.
Yeah, still nothing at Lancashire, much to the Red Roses' delight. 16 for 3 they ended up last night. Glamorgan still going there. They've now pushed themselves into a lead, but it is only 15 with 3 wickets left. So if Middlesex can wrap up that innings quick, they're heavy favourites to win. Somerset and Hampshire is going to be a draw. They've not got back on after lunch. That has got to be a very quick shake of hands, surely. Down there as Bairstow plays it into the offside. For one, obviously, Essex and Worcestershire. Bit of controversy over that final wicket. Essex picking up the win by 28 runs. Sussex are batting again. They are 37 without loss. In reply to Surrey's 490 all out. As long as Sussex don't collapse, again, shake of hands will be order of the day there. So, fortunately, weather has spoiled lots of decent contests for this round of County Championship cricket. punched out to Will Kidman at deep cover point. Penraid having a few polite words for his batting coach.
You all right there, Rob?
No, all good, mate. All good. Turns into a good single in the end. There was a bit of a... It was a drop and run, and Bairstow kind of gestured to Revis like, it's there if you want it, and then eventually Revis went, oh, go on then.
I like the way he runs, Johnny Bairstow.
250 up for Yorkshire. These two batting the White Rose into a good position. A couple of ground staff situated by the tractor up at Bannatynes.
They don't seem worried particularly right now, though. They're normally hovering. Ground staff, they tend to know when it's going to rain. They're in on the... They're in the know. Don't know what I was trying to say there. Nothing important.
Still some movement out there, but you need that little bit of luck as well. Durham unable to find it.
What's Rushviz saying right now? Draw the favourite?
99.9% draw.
Wow. That's high. That's a big call. 99.9%. So you're saying that 999 times out of 1,000, this ends in a draw.
If we could take the weather out of it, then in an ideal world, then yes, it would be a bit more split evenly towards both sides, but...
Don't live in an ideal world, do we, Rob?
Exactly.
I see. Matthew Potts is going to continue. Going to have to make something happen. How long have we been saying that for? What have we spotted?
I was just taking a look at this Gloucestershire scorecard, just seeing who's doing some of the damage. Ollie Price and Miles Hammond this morning. Ben Charlesworth as well. Across the innings, Miles Hammond falling just short of a century. 89 before Jack Leaning did for him. Cameron Green came and went very quickly. Wasn't able to repeat his first innings heroics.
What a signing.
I want to know who paid for him. I want to know who paid for Cameron Green to play for Gloucestershire this season.
Pulled for into the gap behind square. Set up nicely. Swivel from Bairstow. He moves on to 79. I want to know how much they paid.
Ah, you want the amount?
Yeah.
Well,
generally considered to be what how much means.
He's not going to be cheap, is he?
No.
Playing as a batter only, isn't he?
Yeah, correct.
Cricket Australia watching his workload ahead of not only World Test Championship final. Will he be recovered in time?
No, he won't bowl, I don't think, until just before the Ashes, by the sounds of it. If he can get in the side. Driven. Can Rhodes get down? Yeah, he can, but they take one. Lead 135. First time into the 80s. 255 for 5.
They are going to get back on at Hampshire.
Okay. Good news for Hampshire. One more into the leg side for Revis, 27. Gone about his business in a quiet and understated way, but done a job for his team. This partnership continuing to frustrate the home team.
Yeah, due to restart down at Hampshire at 2:30.
Okay.
Obviously a fair few overs lost down there.
79 this partnership now. 139 balls. Just sapping the life out of the game, which is exactly what Yorkshire wanted. No criticism in that. Driven, stopped by Ackerman. Unusual for there to be a slip in for Durham and it not to be Colin Ackerman, but Emilio Gay is up there right now. Sapping the energy out of the Durham bowlers as well. Matthew Potts. Over 29 for him. I'd love to know what he squats and deadlifts, Matthew Potts.
I reckon he's probably leading
Oh, yeah.
the squad. I don't think
Those legs are magnificent.
many other people would be up there.
You reckon he could put you and I on his back and squat us? Probably could, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Built like a proper fast bowler. Bowls like one too.
Mentioned before lunch, you wouldn't be able to tell if he's just finished his 29th over or his first. Still so consistent even after a hell of a lot of work. He's not happy about that divot either.
Yeah, and it's almost like he's having to bowl around it as well. Maybe slightly change the angle.
Time for some spin. Colin Ackerman, the only wicket to fall today. Wasn't his best delivery, but doesn't matter. All that matters is he has the wicket to his name. George Hill looking to dismiss a long hop to the mid-wicket fence, instead picking out Ben McKinney out there. Ollie Robinson is now back with helmet on. Yeah, Amelia Gay slip. Graham Clark is at long on. Ben Raines at kind of a deep mid-off. Lee's in at extra cover. Will Gidman at deep point. James Minto around the corner at short. Fine leg, and there's a fielder at deep backward square as well. Ben McKinney at mid-wicket. We turn around for a single. I think it's Will Rhodes who's out there at deep backward square. Yeah, you're right. So Amelia Gay's not moving comfortably out there.
Batted beautifully, didn't he, for his 150? Dug in when he needed to. Was out of nick coming into the game. Not quite there yet, but where would you go for man of the match? Candidates probably Lees, Gay.
Been impressed with Ben Sears,
Yeah.
Yorkshire. George Hill too. Rain and Potts have to be up there purely for the amount of work they've got through. And they've been relatively tight.
I'd say it's difficult to give man of the match to someone who's taken 1 for 74 though.
What Sears?
4 for Rain, 4 for Doggett in the first innings. So Rain's got 6 in the game. It's got to be one of Lee's or Gay, really, isn't it? Les Bairstow goes really big here. Depends how long he has to bat. He's batting right over on off stump, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I think I'd give it to Alex Lees. Ben Rain close second. So with the late cut. Just 3 singles from that over. Lead 139.
Potts is going to go again. I know we've had lunch in between, but what's it? 17 overs with the second new ball, so he'll have bowled 8 of them into his 9th. Either side of the lunch break. There's Will Gibman sprinting into. I think he's sprinting down to third. Now you can see him top right hand corner of your screen. The sprint lasted about 20 metres and he pulled out of it.
He sprinted longer than I would have been able to.
That's true. Yeah, I think it's Minto that's gone out to deep square leg. Gibman down at third. Will he go hands on knees just to recover from that run? Sussex almost back at parity. Gloucestershire still going, 3-5-6 in the lead now. I don't think they're going to declare there then. Tip and run from Revis moves on to 30 with that single. Potts just asking Slip to come out for Bairstow. Emilio Gay's going to a catching mid-wicket. Deep square leg, long leg. Lees and Rhodes, either side of the bowler. Durham captain, former Warwickshire captain. Just need a moment. Leeds 140. Sky Sports' Rob Rush just stretching his legs. Getting an energy drink into them. Bit of caffeine chewing gum for you, Rob Rush, is it?
Nah, not on the caffeine chewing gum hype.
You on shift this week?
Am indeed.
When you working next?
Thursday through Sunday.
Okay, nice. Straighter, turn to Gay, no run. What are you on this week? What sport?
I think I'm on tennis on Thursday.
Lovely. What's the event?
Madrid Open.
Okay.
And then just tea and coffee.
Doing tea and coffee runs, are you?
Tea and coffee runs Friday through Sunday. Working on EFL highlights Saturday night as well. Yeah, head back down tomorrow. You heading back down tomorrow as well?
No, straight after the game. Down to Cheshire. Trent Bridge on Wednesday for the Blaze. Lovely.
Is there a reason why they haven't followed suit with the rest of the other Tier 1 sides? And
well, I think they felt they already had an identity by being the Blaze. and they didn't want to lose the momentum, the goodwill. They've already. I think it has caused a bit of confusion. Maybe they regret it. I don't know. But yes, decision they made. Fuller to Revis. All the effort from Potts. He will never stop charging in. Durham Cricket Club, Sandro Tonali. Even in the depths of injury time, he will still be putting in maximum effort. The boss is just making his way through the box. Sam Blacklock.
Tell you what, don't let Matthew Potts hear you've compared him to a Newcastle player.
Is he Sunderland, is he?
He's a red and white.
The Lee Catamol of Durham County Cricket Club. Couldn't name any of Sunderland's current midfielders, so.
Dan Neil.
Dan Neil, right.
Couple of the Durham ladies squad just taking in this final day of Rothesay County Championship cricket. They'll obviously be looking forward to getting their campaign underway on Wednesday.
Well, are set to hold for that? What's the forecast?
Think so. Hope so.
School holidays, what is it? £5 for adults, £1 for kids? Hope I haven't misrepresented that, because there's no argument to say that's legally binding.
Tickets are still available. Get yourself down here on Wednesday. Every single home game for Durham women this year played here at Banks Homes Riverside. No need to worry about which outgrounds or other stadiums you can watch them at. They will be here. I think Newcastle United ladies as well will be in attendance.
Reciprocal arrangement, is it? Because the women's cricket team were at Kingston Park, was it, a few weeks ago?
I think it's St James's.
The game at St James's, was it?
Slip comes back in for Revis. Ackerman's going to come around the wicket to Revis. And Revis dispatches him to the fence. Poor Will Gidman's got to go find that ball now. Hopefully it's not rolled under that tarpaulin sheet. Luckily for him it hasn't. $267 for 5.
That's the scene here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Alas, that is grey cloud, not blue cloud, in the background. Floodlights have been on since just before 11 a.m. Feels like Matthew Potts has been bowling since just before 11 a.m, but he's coming out of the attack now. Will Rhodes has his jumper off, so a change of ends for him. Maybe a sign that Durham have, I think Ben Rain's got enough overs in his legs. Maybe there's a look ahead to Friday already. Perhaps even your premonition that there's an expectation that Matthew Potts will have a rest week, so he can perhaps bowl a few more overs in this game, whereas Ben Rain will be needed to complete an equally heavily workload on Friday. I'm speculating. I have no in the know. I know nothing.
Yeah, I think it's just using a bit of common knowledge. Well, sorry, common sense. In that other bowlers are starting to get rested. He's had a very heavy workload, and will most likely be in those squads throughout the year.
Rhodes is in. Bairstow fancies one. Revis doesn't.
I think heard Ryan Campbell speaking on the radio yesterday that he expects Potts to play a lot of white ball cricket for England.
Okay.
So, obviously, white ball cricket specified workloads, but he has been pretty much a fixture in those test squads since his debut in, I think, summer of 2022.
At Lords, wasn't it?
Yeah, New Zealand. 4 for him. I think he'll.
Oh, it's been a slip. Johnny Bairstow's fallen over.
He's now moving a bit gingerly as well.
Throw came in and I think it struck Revis. Bairstow looks in a bit of pain. He just slipped over at the wrong moment there, Johnny Bairstow. Will Rhodes has gone over to check he's okay.
It's a tough Yorkshireman, Johnny. Although this does look like it's causing him some trouble.
Just feels like this game is petering towards a draw.
I wonder if Gloucestershire are just simply going to bat and not put any more overs into their bowlers' legs. Lead now going up towards 380. Kent aren't going to chase that down. I wonder if they're just quite happy batting and making sure that their bowlers get a nice break. Kent, I think, have also resorted to bowling Jack Leaning and some other part-timers, so they're not putting overs into their front line bowlers. Still nothing at Lancashire. Glamorgan is still battling away. That leads up to 40 now, but still just those 3 wickets left. Should be getting back underway any minute now between Somerset and Hampshire, and Sussex have whittled the deficit down to 6. That will most likely be a draw as well.
Yeah, odd game that down at Kent, isn't it? It's almost one of those where, what if they got 50 overs left in the day? You get to a stage where you want the skippers just to be able to say, look, neither of us think we can force a result. Let's not waste everyone's time here. It's petering into not a farce, but just and why is everyone out there if we've got part-time bowlers on?
Batters are using it just to get a bit of extra practice.
It's an extended net. Neither side is trying to win. We've got all our bonus points. All right, Jack Leaning's a decent bowler. Tawanda Mayeye doesn't bowl that much. Kent clearly don't want their seamers to bowl many more overs. Nathan Gilchrist 7 for in the first innings. He's bowled 38 in the game. Just a bit of common sense there now. Break here at the Banks Homes Riverside is because Johnny Bairstow just slipped a second or two ago. Well, more than a second or two ago. Looked in a bit of discomfort. Seems to be all right. Back on his feet now.
Susie Bates will be in action on Wednesday as well for the inaugural game for Durham women. She's been in the nets today.
An argument, well, certainly one of the greats of the women's game of all time. I think she was either the first or the second woman to 10,000 international run. Did a piece of her last summer ahead of the New Zealand game, the ODI here against England. Played franchise cricket all over the world. Good side Durham have got for this summer.
Yeah, plenty of reasons to be optimistic.
You're always optimistic, aren't you?
Absolutely, mate.
But realistic as well.
optimist when I can be, but a realist when I need to be.
It's a good approach to life, Rob Rush. Oh, touch. It was just off camera there. But Will Rhodes, is there anything that Matthew Potts can't do? He threw it back to him. Rather than catch it, he kneed it up, took a touch, and then used his hands. He's quite pleased with himself as well. This time they do come through for one. Got your nose deep in that yearbook there. If you can't speak to Ryan Campbell, you want to be reading the words of Ryan Campbell. Is that right, Rob Rush?
Nah, Danny Hazel and her coaching group, they've been in this morning.
Yeah. Who's part of that coaching team then they've got?
Carl Kurtzer.
Is he still he's playing at Chesterley Street, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I think registered as their... Would he be registered as their pro?
I don't know what the rules are here, but he's not a pro now, so does he have to be registered as a pro? He's retired from Scotland duty, isn't he?
Has indeed.
What a player. Big Aberdeen fan, I think, isn't he, Carl Kurtzer?
Nathan Rimington.
Ah, yeah. End of the over, 268 for 5. Aussie Seamer. Spent a fair few years here, didn't he? 100 gone. In theory, 55 left in the day. Yorkshire lead by 148.
Rachel Hopkins. Tom Cant. I think James Lunn as well. So, very good coaching group that Durham wouldn't have been able to put together. A lot of experience to help the girls along in their first campaign. But that will be 4. For Revis, he'll move into the 40s, beats the dive of Alex Lees. And yeah, Sam, I think this is... It's fairly sedate out there.
Just enjoyed the use of the word that. It's like you misplaced the emphasis. It should have been that will be 4. Come on, Rush. Keep your standards going, even late on day 4. What have you enjoyed most about this game, Rob?
It's pretty hard to look past that record second wicket partnership. Saturday into Sunday. Wicket! What do I know, Sam Dalling? I just said it was fairly sedate out there, and Con Ackman goes, absolutely not, mate. He picks up Matthew Evis for 40. Durham have their 6th. Fine tickle off the edge of the bat. Ollie Robinson with a good catch behind the stumps. Think maybe juggled a little bit.
Yeah, that partnership was worth 92. Naturally, Durham would have wished they could have broken it much, much earlier, but they have finally got rid of one of them. It's Revis. Bairstow is still there. Yeah, maybe a little bit of juggling. They're hard, though, aren't they, standing up to the stumps? Those little tickles. Celebration's fairly, not sedate, but
Muted.
Understated. Or muted. But you never know. Could that just have opened up something? Could we have a little collapse here? Might there be time for a mini Durham chase? Could it still get exciting, Rob Rush?
Definitely could be until the players are taken from the field. Durham will believe they can win any sort of game that they're involved in. Revis gets a good hand. I believe this will be Dom Best walking down to join Johnny Bairstow. We mentioned that Gloucestershire game.
We did. We mentioned it a few times.
James Bracey has gone down after a quick single, and this is where you're talking about the common sense, you know. Physio's on looking at the ankle for James Bracey. It's just, like you say, just looking for that common sense.
Like James Bracey. Unlucky, really, to have played that
very
one
good
test.
player thrown into a very awkward situation. Was batting in the top 3 at the time for Gloucestershire. I think, what was it? It was a Ben Folk slip on the balcony.
Yeah, it was.
Tore his hamstring.
Or was it on the back? Was it in the changing room? Was it that one?
It's one of the two, and obviously, I think it's weird how so many things can have like knock-on effects. If Ben Folks doesn't do that, he takes the club for that series. Bracey probably gets to go in the top 3, where he was a bit more comfortable. I'm not saying he would have done better, but he would have felt a lot more comfortable. And yeah, it's been, he's obviously come out and said afterwards that, it wasn't an ideal scenario. Put too much pressure on himself. Obviously didn't show the best accounts of himself. Probably won't play Test cricket again for England.
He's a nice lad. He's a very, very good
Lovely
cricketer.
bloke. I've interviewed him.
And you'll never know.
I interviewed him, I think, because he was involved when COVID was. He was involved in those bubbles for England as one of those squad players. Just him, Mason Crane, I think, were 2 of them that just...
Jack Leach did a lot of carrying of drinks in those squads.
Those guys just kind of knew they weren't really going to get a game, but had to be in there due to any potential risk. It is Don Bess out in the middle while we were rambling on about James. We're not rambling on. He's a nice touch. He's then gone away. He's redeveloped the game. He's moved down in the order for Gloucestershire. He was in that top 3 in keeping, which is pretty hard to do. I think Gloucestershire have now settled on him being number 5 or number 6 in the order.
But you're right. He doesn't even come into the conversation when you're reeling off wicketkeeper batters who could play for England.
Yeah, I think he will definitely go down as a top county player.
Signed a new deal at Gloucestershire as well. There were
vice captain,
murmurings of him leaving.
Vice captain, I think. He's also developed his white ball game down there as well. Wasn't really much of a white ball player until the last few years, and he's really worked on that aspect of his game. Somerset and Hampshire were due to get underway as that over finishes from Ackerman 4 and a wicket from it, 272 for 6. They were due to get underway at Hampshire, Sam, but the weather's decided not to be.
Yeah, well, I'm always wary of restart times because it's always subject to no further rain, is what ground announcers usually say. But still no rain here up at the Banks Homes Riverside. Durham have taken their 6th wicket in this second innings. Can they find a way? Can Will Rhodes find a way? He's got the ball in hand. Does it change your plan for Ben Rain? Do you think, a new batter? No, shake of the head from Rob Rush.
If Johnny Bairstow's dismissed, then I think the question starts to get asked.
Well, he's on strike. Got 83. 84.
But right now, Johnny Bairstow does not look like a man who's going to be walking back to the pavilion until he's forced to, either due to shake of hands or the weather. He's looked pretty comfortable on this pitch second time around. Don
Bess in good nick, 66 in the first innings, I think. 100 against Worcestershire, that record win, 504 runs. Warwickshire
last
not
man
involved.
out, I think.
Yorkshire.
First innings.
He was, wasn't he?
Trying to pull a short ball from Matthew Potts, but picked out Graham Clark on the square leg balcony. Fence. It is late.
Bess on strike, 0 from 3.
Glamorgan have lost an 8th.
So they're in the lead, aren't they?
Yeah, they lead by 50.
Okay.
Middlesex have their tails up.
What gets your tail up?
Positive cricket.
Positive cricket. Alex Lee's runs.
Matthew Potts wickets. Looks like Bracey is carrying on.
Good news. It was a bit of a James Bracey podcast for a few minutes there, wasn't it?
Sussex are now in the lead. They lead by 10. So they're doing their bit in terms of not allowing any inroads into that second innings.
Gidman charging in. Did read an article, I think it was it Shield Berry in the Telegraph this morning talking about England openers. Plenty of runs around the various counties. Ben Compton, 180. I just can't see Ben Compton playing.
There
Not
was
their kind of.
there was a lot of noise when he first joined Kent, wasn't there?
But that was before. That's the old days.
No, I think it was maybe just at the start of the...
Bazball.
Maybe just at the start.
Doesn't feel like that kind of player, though, does he?
No.
Ooh, swing and a miss. Just wondered if there was an outside edge. It's a good thing Rob Rush isn't umpiring because his finger was in the air. Feels more likely they'll pick one of McKinney and Haynes.
What other names were just being thrown around by the Telegraph?
That's a good point. Good question.
Ooh. Tight leave. 3 singles from the over.
102 gone. 275 for 6. What other names were being... Hasib Hamid, 100. Alex Lees' name was being thrown around as well. The captains of Notts and Durham throwing their names into the ring. Hamid's only 28.
I think after how Hamid's last going in England shirt went, I think that similar in a way to other batters that have been gone before him, the way that ended, the way he was kind of parachuted in and then dropped very quickly, kind of signalled that was going to be it for him.
Dan Lawrence picked as an opener last year. Ollie Pope, might he have to open if he's going to stay in the team?
We've been there, done that with Dan Lawrence.
Rayan Ahmed.
I mean, nothing would surprise me. Well, not technically true, but, you know, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have shown they're willing to think outside the box. In a way, I feel a bit sorry for Dan Lawrence because he's a middle-order batter last summer that had to basically fall on the sword to open the batting. Really, it's not what he was meant to do, but he was the spare batter. England were going to give him a shot, and so they didn't play his best fluent game until maybe that last innings against Sri Lanka, when everyone kind of knew if he didn't make runs, that was going to be it. Made a few more, but wasn't enough really, and I haven't seen him in England squad since. Batted very nicely though for his century at Hove yesterday. Very aggressive, more like the Dan Lawrence that burst onto the scene at Essex and everyone thought was going to be a mainstay in England's middle order for years, but so it doesn't look like that's going to be the case anymore.
I want to see Tom Haynes. I think he's at the right age.
I wouldn't be
to be given a go.
I think Haynes or McKinney. I mean, we had front row seats to that McKinney masterclass last week. Sam, but Tom Haynes as well also offers a little bit of bowling if needed.
Just a little.
Maiden from Ackerman, who's done well with the ball in this second innings. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 49. Been really tight. Lead sitting at 155. Yeah, I think out of those names you mentioned there, there's only 2 that are really, really in contention. It's McKinney and Haynes.
I just think Rayan Ahmed is in contention. I think they love him. Be fun, right? He feels like the kind of cricketer that plays in the way you need him to play. Rhodes is in. Gibman fielding at deep square leg. Best moves on to 2.
It'd be all fun and games until you get down to Australia and he picks up 10 ducks. And everyone's going, what the hell was that then?
You're not a believer in Rayan Ahmed as an opener, are you?
Not as an opener, no. I think
10 ducks? You think he wouldn't score a run in 10 innings?
Against that Australian bowling attack, no shot. I've got no doubt that Rayan Ahmed can play Test cricket for England, and fair play to him. He spotted an opportunity and he's looking to work on his batting. But let's have some realism here. scoring centuries in Div 2 is a lot different to just playing Test cricket and then opening Test cricket batting.
Yeah, but I just love that about him. He's gone, right, you've got to have a bit about you, bit of belief, bit of arrogance. Say, right, okay, how am I going to get in this side? Need an opener? I'll go and open the batting. Cheers.
I've got almost respect for that as well, but...
Hate him though, don't you?
So let's just have some realism, please.
She's saying it's not realistic at all.
No.
Even for that Zimbabwe test, try him.
Nope.
See how he goes.
Nope.
A way of getting a second spinner into the side.
Nope. I think, as you say, that him working on his batting could bring him into contention as a second spinner or potentially a frontline spinner in a few years. Obviously, broke onto the scene at a very young age. Bairstow sent back. What was it, 5 for on Test debut in Pakistan?
Yes. I'm going to say yes, I can't remember, but if I said it convincingly enough, it's something like that. I remember watching him as a 17-year-old in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Or what it was known as Royal London back then.
A little bit of Metrobank fever.
Yeah, it was Royal London back then, mind you. But he was there, wasn't he? He was net bowling against England for when he was like 13. Cooled down.
So I think England obviously want to have runs available with every position in the order. But, the one thing you probably would say about Rayan Ahmed in that Test arena is that maybe doesn't quite have the control.
I'm only winding you up.
I know you are,
I don't think they're going to go for Rayan Ahmed, as much as I would enjoy seeing it. I'm not sure it's a sensible choice. Will Gidman gives the call for Ben Rain to leave it. Ben Rain doesn't. End of the over. 104 gone. 156 the lead. The fact we're talking about in jest, or maybe we are serious about Rayan Ahmed opening the batting for England, it gives you an indication of where this game is probably heading at this stage. Durham needed quick wickets this morning. They haven't got the wickets they really wanted. They picked up a couple. It's taken a bit of time. 51 overs left in the game. So, yeah, there is still a lot of time if the rain holds. And in fairness, it doesn't look any different, the picture out there, to what it did at lunchtime. And there were a few spots of rain, but nothing major. Wow.
That is ripped.
Good take that from Ollie Robinson.
That is the first one. As I mentioned, Conor Ackerman yesterday got a few to grip. That is the first one that's really ripped. Morgan are 9 down.
Are they?
56 for 9, effectively.
Youngest player ever to have taken 5 wickets on Test debut. So says our version of Andy Zoltzman at the back of the box. Could his brother overtake him?
He's very highly rated, Farhan Ahmed. Very highly rated. Well, you look at his rise at Notts last year. He wasn't really anywhere in the picture, and then start of this year, he's overtaken everyone as the leading spinner.
Liam Patterson-White can't get a game there.
Very handy cricketer as
Very handy cricketer. He's from around here, isn't he? He's a big Sunderland fan. LPW.
How old's Farhan? 17 still?
17,
18?
yeah. I remember interviewing Rayan a couple of years ago, before he'd played for England. And there's 3 brothers, and he was telling me about the indoor cricket they used to play. Now, ground staff are making their way over towards the covers. They tend to know these things, don't they? Whether it's a sixth sense, whether they've got very accurate weather apps.
Another maiden. from Ackerman. I believe it's just starting to rain.
You believe it or you know it?
There's one way to find out.
There is one way to find out. Should we dangle you out, Rob Rush? There is going to be some rain in the air because Ben Rain has his cap off. He's going to bowl from his less favoured Finkel end.
I missed the sound down in jukebox yesterday.
I know. I'm not feeling very jukeboxy today either. I don't know why. I did a lot of singing.
Is it because you've been back on commentary with me? I won't be offended if you say yes.
No, not at all. I did a lot of singing to a 7-month-old baby yesterday. My 7-month-old baby, not just a random
I was going
one.
to say, you picked up a 7-month-old baby off the street?
Fuller from Rain. Can't see anyone with umbrellas. Oh, he spotted one.
Sorry, mate.
It's in my blind side. Yeah, there is one over there as well. Zach Zoltzman. That's his knowledge. Back to your stats. One slip in. Don Best and Johnny Bearstate.
Standing umpire is glancing a look to the ground staff.
It's Martin Saggers down this end, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've switched from the previous 3 days.
Flicked into the leg side. Well fielded at short mid wicket. They're wearing black armbands. They're just coming together, the two umpires, Saggers and Shanmugam. Maybe to have a chat about the light. Are they going to take a reading? Maybe about the rain. Maybe they just fancy a chat. Where we're going to go after play. They're looking over at the ground staff. They're peering. They're going to take us off? I think they are.
Yep. And I fear with the forecast set the way it is, this could be it.
It's 6 minutes to 3 on Monday the 21st of April, 2025, Easter Monday. Shanmugam and Saggers have come together. They've called for the covers to come on. Yorkshire 277 for 6, 157 in the lead. Could that be it? If the forecast is right, that might be it. It might be that we shake hands in an hour or two's time. Yeah, you've got to admire Yorkshire's efforts, Johnny Bairstow's efforts in particular this morning, Rob Rush.
Absolutely. Started 2 not out this morning, I think, from about 26, 27 deliveries. Was very intent on making sure he was there last night at the close. Didn't want to lose any more wickets. Yorkshire have only lost 2 today. George Hill with a cheap dismissal to Colin Ackerman, kind of smacking a long hop straight to Ben McKinney, and then a good take from Ollie Robinson, edge of Matthew Revis. He went for Revis. He went for 40. Durham not choosing to bowl Ben Rain until just now, before the actual physical rain starting to come down. Players getting applause from the pavilion. I think that tells you what they think the likelihood is we'll get back on. We will take a break.
Will it be a break, or will it be?
Well, should we do it?
Do
you want to do a proper roundup? Proper
we'll
wrap up?
Do it at the end. Well, let's just keep them waiting. Will they turn the microphones up? Will they turn them down? I think we'll go off because they haven't brought all the covers out yet.
I don't think it'll be too long before they do. But
anything else you want to say before we turn your microphone off, Rob Rush?
I've thoroughly enjoyed commentating alongside you, Sam Downing.
Yeah, I'd love to say likewise, but no.
This is what I get.
I've enjoyed it too, Rob Rush. But we might still be back. We might look at him hovering next door over those microphone buttons.
We'll take a break and we'll be back with you if there is any further cricket.